Morning. I'm hoping that everybody in the chambers can hear me right now. And Chair Hopkins, I believe you are unmuted and can begin.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click on the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that a member of our translation team please share this message in Spanish.
Para las personas que hablan español, muy buenos días. Pueden usar la función de interpretación de Zoom. La van a encontrar si están en su computadora. En la parte de abajo de su pantalla ven el icono de mundito. Desde ahí selecciona su idioma, español. Si no quiere escuchar el inglés, silencia el audio original. Si está en su teléfono, son 3 puntos al lado de su pantalla desde donde accede las funciones de interpretación y audio. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And so we will go ahead and call the meeting to order and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Gore, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And for any members of the public who are listening in, please know that we will be accepting another round of public comment at 10 a.m. We did afford an opportunity to members of the public to speak yesterday. And so this one will be another opportunity on the same agenda item. We'll likely be having a little bit of a shorter time than we did yesterday as we wind down our deliberations. So with that, I would ask if the CAO or anyone on the CAO's team wanted to share anything prior to us beginning deliberations.
Good morning, Chair and board members. Yes, we do have a slide to go over a few items, but we are at the place of starting deliberations. At your desk, you have a printed version of the tool, and we're really focused on page 2 today. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Brulin to open up the overview.
Thank you, and welcome to day 2 of budget deliberations. Natalie, if you just want to go to the next slide. What we have for you is just a quick suggested agenda. Really, your agenda for the day is deliberations, and it's whatever you make of it. But there were a few follow-up items from we did want to quickly look through some of the things we are looking at for today. First off, you did have some questions on the vets buildings, and there was a direction that we took to come back at a later date with the details of that. So we just wanted to let you know that the plan on the veterans buildings will be to set aside the $1.8 million that will still be programmed in the budget to go into the vets buildings capital funds, but those funds will not be programmed to specific projects in the budget, and staff will return at the soonest convenience in hopefully in July to bring the fuller report on the potential projects and where recommendations for where to move that funding. Budget deliberations, as we discussed, is the main topic of the day. So we will quickly review the updated budget adjustment tool and make sure that all of our adjustments fit with your understanding of Tuesday's direction. Then you will go through the board and community funding requests, the add backs in yellow and gray. Those are the areas that have not yet been discussed. And finally, the last item that's not on that sheet is the direction on the fiscal year 2021 year-end fund balance. We would just want to do a confirmation that we did in fact capture your direction correctly on that. We also, based on yesterday's conversation, have updated the FEMA audit reserve. The new, the fiscal policy on the FEMA audit reserve, that new fiscal policy does specify now that we only update, well, first off, it already specified we only update the reserve once a year at budget hearings. We don't do it sort of on an ongoing basis every time we get funding from FEMA, but only at budget hearings that year. And so the revisions clearly specify that should there be available balance to come back at that budget hearings, we will bring that as an item for the board to discuss how to utilize that funding. And finally, we do hope to end today with a straw vote on the budget adjustment tool and the fiscal year 2021 year-end fund balance. And if we can just go to the next slide, I did just want to talk about some of the things we will be discussing on Friday, just to make it clear what we have on tap and ready to go today and what we would be looking to speak more about on Friday. Our goal for today is to get through all of the actual funding items, and so that everything that needs to be in the budget resolution can be completed. But there are some more discussions. So on Friday, we'll be coming back with a revised timeline on ARPA. We are looking, based on direction, at adding an extra step that would be a meeting in July. And that will probably push our end date out from November into December. But we'll come back with more of a full timeline on Friday of what that would look like. We will also come back with more of an update on the strategic plan and climate funding, on the Kincaid fire settlement and the plans for those fundings, veg management, PG&E fire settlement funds. We do have some tentative dates in here that we're looking at, but we can have more of that conversation on Friday. Finally, there was a question on the HMGP grant funding in the last 3 months. We can have a fuller discussion on that on Friday if needed, although I can tell you right now that there has only been one award in the last 3 months, which went to Permit Sonoma for phase 1 of their hazardous fuel reduction and treatment grant. There is a phase 2 to that as well, but we can discuss that more fully on Friday. And finally, Friday, we will be asking you to approve the budget and to approve the updated ARPA timeline. And that is all I have for you to start out, other than to go into the tool. So Natalie, can you share the tool now, and we can just walk through maybe what we changed to make sure everyone's clear and we can confirm that we captured yesterday's direction correctly. Unless there are any questions, I apologize.
Could I make one request, which is that that PowerPoint was really beautifully laid out, and I'm wondering if you could email that to us. I didn't see it in my email inbox, but it would be great to have that to pull up on the computer screen. And it looks like Supervisor Gore has a question.
Would you mind bringing that last slide up again? Just a little point of clarification. So the only one that I'm interested in is yesterday we talked about the veg management, and County Administrator, you talked about January of 2022. And then one of our discussion points was, well, we want to be prepared for veg management season. And now it's changed to February of 2022. And I'm okay with if that's what the understanding is, maybe a final point, but not like an introductory point for that. I mean, we have 15 million in veg management, and by my count, we've pretty much filled up the initial 8 with initial projects, and then ones that are kind of waiting on CEQA and other things and going through, and they're really good. But I don't want to be waiting until spring to be making announcements. I'd rather folks be knowing if they have a target to put in applications, if we're going to put more money on the ground or if we're going to put a bunch of money into governance. So I'm just interested in a conversation about that. That timeline seems too far out to me.
And I would echo that comment. I've already received inquiries from folks who did not get the first round of Edge Management grant. So they would like to have the money released as quickly as possible so they can work on it this year.
Yeah, like maybe perhaps just since we appropriated the dollars, I mean, personally, I would also love to see a review of work, maybe because we sent that money out and it was announced, right? And I love the projects that are there, but I'd love to see what people were able to do and what they're pushing. I mean, a lot of that work's going to be pushed into next year too already. I mean, it's multi-year work, but maybe something towards the end of the year, kind of a review, and then general direction on what an item would come back with in February, because I think there's still this big question on how much do we follow the CLE recommendations? Because once again, I mean, just from my perspective, that's $15 million that a lot of it is in mapping, governance, and kind of other government work as opposed to work on the ground. And I might be supportive of that, but I might be supportive of putting more money on the ground, especially with what's coming out of the state right now. I know we have some other requests to get the LiDAR updated through the state, and so maybe that's going to impact that amount of money.
Supervisor Rabbit?
No, I agree. I do think that, down my way, there was one fire district. We reached out to the fire entities, asked them, these dollars are coming down. What do you think is the most vulnerable area? Didn't make the cut, and I think it has, they know their terrain, they know their vulnerabilities, and I want to make sure that we can follow through with those dollars as quickly as possible. So that's, I think it's, whether it's this vegetation management, the vegetation management we talked about yesterday on the eucalyptus, whatever it may be, I think we have a lot more work to do, and people, haven't seen it yet.
On an unrelated topic, I did want to mention that we had some feedback from the translators that it's a little more challenging to follow our conversation since we have more back and forth, which is great. I love this conversation, but don't be surprised if I sort of take pauses sometimes between people and try to remind me or remind yourselves to speak slowly so that our translators can follow along. So just a little feedback from Marcy and our translation team. Supervisor Corsi, do you have anything to add to the conversation? I concur with the need to accelerate the timeline. And I also wanted to emphasize the need for technical assistance, which is that some of our citizens or our community groups have a lot of energy, but not a lot of technical expertise. And so I really appreciate that the conditionally approved projects will be receiving some technical assistance to help them comply with CEQA. But there might be some of those other projects that didn't make the cut that could have made the cut if they were advised by an expert on how to really effectively reduce wildfire risk. Because my understanding in conversations with Carol Hart and Ben Nichols are that some of the projects were just honestly not going to do what they needed to actually protect the community. And so there was a lot of positive energy, there was a lot of volunteerism, there was a lot of great community engagement, but they weren't the project that needed to be done. One question, and I don't know if Director Godley happens to be on the line, but do we know what the timing is for the CWPP update? Our Community Wildfire Prevention Plan, because that also would be great as guidance for here are the areas that are most at risk. Here are some of the strategies we should be deploying on that.
And I, through the chair, I don't know if that's led by Godley. I believe it's led by Hermits and Noma, but
Okay.
Here's Mr. Godley.
Good morning, Madam Chair. The CWPP is expected to be completed in late August of this year. Our hazard mitigation plan will be completed also just a bit before that.
That's great. Thank you so much, Director Godley. So in your opinion, would that be, it seems like to me that would be critical information to feed into our vegetation management funds, and that could maybe help us kickstart that project of identifying areas that we think are in particular need of services and risk reduction.
That is the intent, is to bring a holistic approach to addressing wildfire. Of course, vegetation management is a key component, and so the CWPP will be addressing that.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you jumping on. Any other questions from the board for Director Godley or comments? Supervisor Gore?
So just confirming on that last point is will there be a board item bringing the local hazard mitigation plan forward and the CWPP for approval?
So through the chair, both plans will be brought to your board. Both plans require your approval as they establish policies for county and allied stakeholders.
Great. And you know, I was kind of going through, one other thing that we mentioned that we talked about yesterday with respect to planning for the future and to the county administrator, whether now's the appropriate time or on Friday, I just wanted your sense of our next round of labor contracts and where we're at in our current round, where we're at with our CPI adjustments, and that was part of it was going to be based on the region and the Bay Area, and just kind of remind us where we're at. It has been, having been on this board for my first term, where we probably never stopped negotiating, and then to my second term on this board to have labor peace has been an unbelievable benefit to the organization, especially in these trying times.
Just a quick response. We'll be going back to the table, I believe. I was going to say, I think it's next February, but we'll confirm on Friday. So right now we're in the middle of our committee work with the union representatives to talk about unfunded liabilities, post-employment issues. That launched in, I believe, March or April. So we're just in the 3-4 months of that 12-month process. But then we'll start table negotiations shortly after that.
Great, thank you.
And just on the question through the chair, on the question of the consumer price index adjustment, we entered this year 3 of the 4-year agreements, which is the first year that did have the floating cost of living adjustment based on CPI on the consumer price index, as well as on growth of property tax revenues, and a formula for that. Because this year, as you know, early on last year, I guess it was based on December CPI, and as the CPI was still very low through December, that was at the 2% minimum level that the cost of living adjustment was calculated for. And then this next spring, there will be, as the agreements come to their next year, there will be another round of COLAs that go out. And those will be, again, based on a formula based on what our actual property tax growth is, as well as what the consumer price index for the San Francisco Bay Area is.
And Supervisor Christina Kramer informed me we'll be at the table October 2022.
Thank you for all that information. Supervisor Gore, any follow-up questions?
Just the only other one is that I want to reference that the charts that I've seen are pretty awesome right now, in the sense that we have labor peace, good relationship. We have our pensions are down. On the other side, our OPEB, especially with the scare settlement, and then I look at other expenses like into roads and other things. If I put those 3 up next to each other, those were things that were always in conflict before. And so just kind of starting day 2, it's kind of nice to be in a good place. So I want to thank you for that. And I think that's where you the ability conversation that you've kind of established with us. So I appreciate it.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I just had one suggestion, since it seems like there is a board majority that's interested in accelerating the vegetation management conversation, that maybe when that CWPP and hazard mitigation plan comes forward, that we're able to at least touch on an update on where we are with the grants that went out, and potential next steps on vegetation management. That might be a good sort of update and touch point. Do you think that would be feasible?
I think it's feasible. I don't know if those items are currently parked on the regular calendar or consent. So we may need to move some things around. And then also the Open Space District just opened the recruitment for the veg management position this week. So hopefully that person will be on board in, 4 to 8 weeks so that we can get them up and running.
Perfect. So maybe their first day, they'll be presenting in front of the board about vegetation management. Sounds like a great
Sounds
welcome to
good.
the county. All right. So unless there are any other questions or anything else that Peter and Natalie would like to share, anything further? Not seeing anything from the CAO team. So I think with that, then we can go ahead and jump into deliberations. And I was just planning on literally going by the budget adjustment tool, unless anyone has any alternative suggestions, wherein we could look at those, gray items and then move on to the board requests and community requests. Another question is, is there anything else in addition to the items that we discussed yesterday? So we're bringing back vets halls, right? We have schedules for ARPA, and for vegetation management. Are there any other items that were missed yesterday that we do want to bring back or have a conversation about or table for the future? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, I just wanted to check on process here. The last slide talked about the remainder of the PG&E funding for the future. We have $5.3 million, $5.4 million of PG&E funds on this tool. And I just want to make sure that we're going to be able to talk about that today in relation to things that are not on this list.
Absolutely. So my thinking was that we would go through the list to sort of give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to the list. And then, I actually was doing some of the math and playing around with the excellent budget adjustment tool last night. And I do believe that we will have some funds left over, in particular the PG&E funds, to discuss, potential uses for. So does that work for everybody? Looking to the left, looking to the right. All right. So if we could go ahead and pull up the famous, Supervisor Gore.
I apologize. I think maybe on that note, I think I heard yesterday, and I'm going to be supportive of us looking at the items that are about eucalyptus trees and LED safety. We talked about building those into countywide programs. So, maybe we go through the other ones and then we figure out what the pot is that we want to create for those, the direction on those programs and who kind of advises us on it. So, because those are a little bit different, I think we might expand them rather than just approve them.
Totally agree. And when we get to those, we can go ahead and have that conversation, I think, in line. So Peter and Natalie, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the world famous budget adjustment tool, and we can go ahead and jump in. So we can start with sort of the yellow and gray and ask if there is support for any of those items to move on to the approved list, recognizing that we are out of ongoing funds. And so we are really looking at a one-time funding opportunity and would then need to program it into ongoing funds in a future budget year. So I would accept any suggestions if we want to move any of that into the approved category.
I'm sorry, say it again, what you're looking for
So we're looking at the yellow and the gray.
on the sheets that we just were handed or
Yes.
the previous ones?
The sheets that we were just handed, the
Got
new
it.
budget adjustment tool. So it should be on the second page, I believe. And sorry, I could be more helpful, which is B19 through B23, because there are rows identified. And Supervisor Rabbit, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm going to revisit the sheriff's office, the thing that really strikes me is the line that says hold vacant deputy sheriff to make up for tribal revenue shortage, when the tribal revenue is 2.35 million and the shortage is 169,000. And I recognize that it goes into the budget of the sheriff's office and they can do what they do. At the same time, I don't want to hold vacant a position when we have big of a percentage of dollars going into that fund for what was promised to the people around that casino. So I do think that we need to address that issue and have the sheriff address that and make sure that we can guarantee that we have the deputies on the streets in that area.
So would you be comfortable with looking at a one-time funding for that and then having the conversation about ongoing, maybe when we talk about tribal revenue or just having a conversation with the sheriff? I do think it's really important. This is your district to fulfill the obligations and the promises that were made. To
I'm
the
fine with
residents.
one-time funding, and I'm fine with also setting it aside, perhaps, again, setting it aside to be used for that intent, as long as that intent can be fulfilled.
Great. So in other words, if the deputy is not actually located there, then the funding does not actually go. Yes.
So through the chair, if I may, I did have some conversation with Stour. We had conversation with sheriff staff from my office, and I reviewed and was able to see this item, the cost increases associated with this item, and why I was a little confused by it were not related to the direct cost of those positions. However, there are a number of other services from the sheriff's office that are proportionally billed to this that went up more starkly. And so it was not the direct position cost increase. What they did confirm is that this would not be specifically holding a staff member vacant just around the casino, but it would lower the capacity of the sheriff's office, their overall staffing throughout the county, including in the area around the casino. And if the board would like to hear more, I'm sure that the sheriff or his staff could give a much better description of what the impacts of this would be, if you would like to have that. But I think if we're talking about sort of holding it rather than a directly granting the funding, then we would need to better understand what the status would be that would release that funding or not release that funding.
Supervisor Abbott.
Well, I think that we need to have that discussion. The intent of the negotiation at the time was to know that the casino, because the size of it, was going to add pressure on services, and how is that going to be paid for? The number was negotiated, came up with 2.35 million, and right now it apparently just gets swept into a general fund. The intent and what was sold to the people around the casino during the community meetings that took place was that you'll have an extra sheriff deputy patrolling your area. I recognize the sheriff is, if the crime doesn't occur, the deputy's not there, that's great. At the same time, I do think it's important that we follow up on our commitment to the neighborhood and the intent of the original negotiation. I'll look to county council or county administrator about how best to do that. If, because there's not $169,000 in this budget, they're going to forego that, I think that leaves us, it doesn't give us the leverage I think we need to make sure that we address this issue kind of once and for all.
If I might, I'd recommend that either Sheriff Essick or his office help address operationally what would happen if the funds are not approved.
Is Sheriff Essick present or a member of the sheriff's office staff?
Just one moment.
Thanks, Marcy. And then Supervisor Corsi, you've got a question?
Yeah, and I would like to hear from the sheriff, but it seems like when I was going through this rather thick fund balance document that I can't find it now, but there's a fund balance in the tribal mitigation funds, and I'm just wondering if that would be available on a one-time basis for this.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Sheriff Essick.
Good morning. So I will do my best to address. I think Peter probably expressed it best in that the funding that we use for patrol in the area in and around the Great Casino is not 100% focused just on the footprint of the casino. We have impacts from the casino in that area or zone, sometimes focused very near the casino, sometimes focused several miles away from the casino. So the way that we employ our resources have deputies and staff available to answer those calls for service and do proactive patrol around that area. So in proposing this hold vacant cut, simply what it would do is it would reduce the available resources at any given time to address issues around the casino. It doesn't mean that services or deputies would disappear. It just would reduce the resources and could cause us to have a delay in our response or just less deputies in the area. And I do want to point out, and I think it's important for the board to know, and specifically to Supervisor Rabbit's question, the reason that we have this gap is I understand that we adjust the amount based on CPI, but our costs at the sheriff's office have outpaced CPI in this area. And I think Peter covered that earlier. Primarily the reason that costs have outpaced CPI is because of salary and benefits in MOUs and some of the interfund charges that we have, intergovernmental fund charges within the county. Those both of those categories exceeded CPI, and that's really what is driving some of these costs.
Supervisor Rabbit, any follow-up?
Yeah, obviously, we want to make sure that we fulfill the intent. Again, I know that some of the offset costs include the explosives unit, the Henry 1, the special operations. Have there ever been a call to the casino in the, what has it been, 5 years plus, for any of those units? And could that be a place where the 10% offset is reduced to something that fits more of what we've the pattern that we've seen?
Well, Supervisor, it's a great question. It is a little bit more complicated to answer than just a simple yes or no. I can tell you absolutely that we have used the helicopter resource to respond to calls for service in and around the casino in the last 5 years. The explosive ordnance team is part of our SWAT team. So when we've had SWAT call outs in and around the casino in the last 5 years, they've certainly been part of that response. I would have to go back and do research to give you specific events, but I feel very comfortable and I'm knowledgeable about this area that yes, we are using those resources either directly or indirectly to response to calls in and around the casino that could be driven by casino traffic, casino patrons, or ancillary crime that's associated in and around the casino area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Isaac. It looks like Supervisor Corsi has a question.
So maybe I'm missing something here, but on page of attachment A of the fund balances review directory, page 4.
And would you
Great.
mind speaking up a little, Supervisor Corsi, or moving the microphone closer just so our
Sure.
translators can hear? Thank you.
Page 4 of attachment A of the fund balance review has Grayton Casino Mitigation Reporting Fund Balance as of 6/30/21 of almost $20 million. Just can you explain why we wouldn't be able to use that?
So thank you, Supervisor Corsi. The Grayton mitigation funding is specifically tied to different areas by the agreement. And so as that money comes in, we have utilized some areas faster than others. Things like our movement towards supporting law and justice, as well as our pass-throughs and some of those things get used up more quickly, whereas some of the ones that are a little more require development of long-term projects and require greater degrees of consultation with the tribe and making sure that we're really addressing very specific needs like groundwater mitigation around the casino have not been utilized so quickly. So most of that fund balance is tied up in areas that we do need to work on identifying projects on, but are not readily available. I do think that looking at all of that fund balance there's not a ton of money that's, well, I would also say that the other aspect of that fund balance is that by board policy, we have kept a 1-year reserve in terms of the payments to the counties for law and justice, with the understanding that we want to make sure that should casino funding stop flowing in, we don't have to immediately ramp down services, but can sort of wind them down more gradually. This was something we saw a reduction in funding with the Dry Creek Casino during the Great Depression or Great Recession, not the Great Depression. I went out quite that long ago. And as their revenues went way down. So that's where we have maintained that as a prudent basis. Having said that, I think that we could identify the 169. There does appear to be enough available fund balance that we could cover that if that's the board's desire.
Thank you, Peter.
So since we are sort of deliberating as to whether to approve this add back, Supervisor Rabbit, what is your current preference as to how this is handled, and also the source of funds, to Supervisor Corsi's point?
If we can set aside the 169 and change, one-time funds are fine. Source, I'm open. I think that we need to, I just want to make sure that we don't have reduced services because our internal CPI is higher than the Bay Area CPI when we have 2.35 million set forth from the casino funds. So if we can set it aside, that would be great.
Great. Do we have a board majority in support of that? I do support it. I see Supervisor Gore with thumbs up. Great. It looks like we have board majority support to set aside funds.
Can I ask for a clarification? Supervisor Abbott, are you suggesting we take it from the one-time funds on the budget tool or out of the mitigation fund?
Well, knowing the mitigation waterfall, I'm reluctant to say without knowing, because I think that's deceiving. And Peter, you know better than I, in terms of the different colors and the whole waterfall effect of if there's dollars available, if those dollars are available from that, fine, as long as it doesn't screw up any of the other opportunities that are there.
And what I was able to confirm is that, well, we don't have a significant fund balance beyond our reserves in the law and justice pot. We do have a couple $100,000 there. So we could fund this 169 at least this year. It doesn't solve the problem permanently, but it does at least solve it in this year.
Okay, that would work. Thank you.
Great. So the proposal then is to utilize the Grayton Rancheria mitigation funds for this one and to approve this. And I do think that when we come back with a broader conversation regarding tribal mitigation funds and tribal updates, that this is the topic that I would really like to address on an ongoing basis to assure that the community's needs are met and that those promises are kept.
Yeah, we have a problem because our annual cost of doing business exceeds CPI. And if we have negotiated agreements based upon CPI, we will always be chasing our tail and we will always be having to make cuts. And so we need to come up with a solution for that going forward, or else we need to change what we've let people know that it's not going to be what was promised.
All right. Thank you very much, Sheriff, for the information. I really appreciate that. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, just for consideration of the board, and I don't know if this is would be tagged to the end of this, what we're going to go through in the white, or if we want to, some of this go towards a conversation about contingencies, but there was a couple things that were brought up yesterday that I did that I wanted to see about if the board's interest in. One of them was procurement. I think the conversation about if I would be proposing that we look at a contract to kind of bring us back a review, not just to ask staff in general services to on top of normal duties, but to bring us back, like in the climate. I think when the climate conversation came up, it put money aside for the green side of it, but I'm interested in a report back on procurement policies around the state and how they do the best of the best in terms of local, other things. And then the other one that I mentioned was Sonoma Secure Families Fund. And so just wanted the consideration of those things for us to talk through.
Are there any other items? I'd like to sort of, in terms of order of operations, cover the B19 through B23, then go through all of the items in white, C01 through C14. And then if there are any kind of additional items, we can address them at that time. So I will add procurement and secure families. Others?
Well, I'm not, I think I'll wait till after we get through those items and then I'll have a broader conversation about another matter.
Great. Supervisor Corsi, anything? Okay. Wait. Okay, great. Wonderful. All right. So again, we are looking at items B19 through B23. We did just approve B23 for one-time funding through tribal mitigation funds. Anything else, B19 through B22, or should we go ahead and move on to the items that are shaded in white, C01 through C14? Supervisor Gore?
I just want to acknowledge number B22, and we've had a lot of conversations with the sheriff about the jail, and the North County Adult Detention Center was brought up as a legacy issue. I know this is an ongoing 2.5 million to operate all the facilities at the pre-COVID capacity. For me, I just think that we need to find a way to address that issue. And to the sheriff, I don't know, like when we review what the post-COVID world is going to be for all these facilities, what the plan is for the North County Adult Detention Center and the main adult detention center, I think you called it average daily population, ADP. And we've had a lot of conversations about how you basically running the social programs in there, and then the advent, the inclusion of the behavioral health unit. So I think there's this big thing around detention that I'd really like to at some point get into with you and scoping out the future. But I just want to acknowledge that. I don't know if there's any thoughts now, but I'd love to hear from the sheriff just on just a snippet of like how we have to think through these things and at an appropriate time to bring that back.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. I'll keep my comments very brief because I know we've got a lot of work to do today. But I think it is important to recognize that with our reduction in population through the pandemic, we reduced population at one point down to about 500 inmates. As the courts have opened back up and court-ordered commitments have begun to trickle back in, our average daily population right now is back up to 700. And we have a tipping point that is about 780 inmates. When we reach 780 inmates or so, it's a little bit of a fuzzy line there, but when we reach that will force us to reopen units at the North County Detention Facility. So all those savings that we have realized over the last several months and that we are relying on right now to help balance our part of the budget could be thrown into the mix if for some reason population were to begin to spike and we had to open up those units. So there is a risk, and I think all of you are aware of it, that if population were to spike, we would have to come back to the board and discuss our needs, because we've really relied on these predictions to balance our budget at this point. And then finally, I would just say, I think you all realize as well that the population of the jail is largely out of the sheriff's control. It's dictated largely by the number of arrests in the county, by the different law enforcement agencies, and by the direction and orders of the courts as far as holding individuals in custody. Of course, we have a great pretrial program here in Sonoma County that evaluates risk and attempts to get low-risk offenders out of custody so we can keep our population low and manage that. But there are many factors that are out of our control, and it's to be seen what will happen in the future.
That's a great update. I'd be comfortable with as you track that, is if you need to come back to the board and we need to talk about it with either, obviously we'd have to address it no matter what, with either our contingencies and then getting into a policy discussion as we look at the hopefully post-COVID world into next year's budget, but making sure that we take care of what we need to this year as well. Thank you very much, sir.
Any other comments before moving on to the section in white.
And thank you,
Supervisor Warren?
Sheriff, for that update. I really appreciate that. But I agree that we need to have a broader conversation about the jail and a number of other issues that the board requests sort of surfaced for information. So I would love to have that broader conversation. Thank you so much.
Any further comments? All right, thank you so much, Sheriff, for being available today. I appreciate it. So with that, we will move on to the board requests. And we can just kind of go in order. And I think it's actually very perfect that we've got the first three in order are the 2 eucalyptus tree removals, as well as the Sonoma Valley Fire District LED safety signs. And I did hear interest expressed from board members yesterday to look at potentially the creation of a countywide fund for these issues. Do we still have support for that? And do we feel that it would be appropriate to come from PG&E funds? And what should the dollar amount be? Anyone want to jump into that? Supervisor Gordon and Supervisor Corsi, since these were your items.
I think it's fine to take it out of PG&E. It's directly related to the prevention of fires and alert and warning systems. There's another item further on down that's talking about the antenna lease, which is really geared to emergency communications by KSVY in Sonoma Valley. That might potentially be part of that as well. So I'm looking to the CAO and the staff to figure out, is there a way to just say, yes, we're going to do that, and we'll bring it back for a funding allocation? If so, what would it be? I know there's might be some discussion about the monument sign. How do we expand that to put a couple of signs in the districts and broaden that out? I know that there are 3 fire stations in Sonoma Valley, that actually 4 that should have some priority, but we can do it phased in over the next couple of years.
So just so I make sure I heard the full question, it's related to both the trees and the signage, or okay. So yes,
and potentially the antenna, which is emergency communications as well.
so we could, if the board is interested, we could do what we're doing for the vets building, which is where we're allocating, but we're not appropriating, to use Supervisor Gore's language. So the board could identify the amount for that program and give us some direction. We would come back later this year for specific funding decisions, so that could be done.
Well, if you're looking for an allocation figure, I think the eucalyptus tree removal along 8th Street East is a seat of the pants. Mr. Corsi has, I guess, a better estimate. The monument sign allocation depends on how many we're doing. Is it 3 throughout the county? How do we do that? The antenna is minimal. So if you add up the figures here, it probably comes up to about 1,600 or 1,750. And then that's 1,750,000. And I suspect the amount necessary to remove at least part of the eucalyptus trees to remove the eucalyptus trees might be combined and have economies of scale, and it might be something less than that.
And I would suggest that we also invite Johannes to weigh in on, the extent of eucalyptus trees in the right of way outside of Lakeville, because I think the scope is fairly large, I imagine. So I don't know if Johannes is with us this morning.
And while we're trying to find someone from TPW, it looks like Supervisor Gore and a Supervisor Corsi also wanted to chime in.
When I look at this, we're talking eucalyptus, and I think that's the focus, but I think it's as much as anything. If I'm pulling together those C1, C2, C3, and then, as Supervisor Gorn has said, C10, and both of those C10s, which are only 38,000 for radio antenna lease stuff, you're talking about 1,080,000. I personally would love us to look at like a, pot of money, whether it's 2 to 3 million out of the PG&E funds that look at hazardous tree removal and emergency signage, like one-time expenses, and see if there's an item that comes back, as you talked about, that, I mean, this is one of those like not to exceed kind of, as we've said, is that like, I mean, we still have 5.3. So if we put 2.5 or so into that pot and just said, hey, let's build a program, bring back some stuff, and also, give direction to staff that the goal is not to go above and beyond that. We have to figure out when we get word back on the BRIC program, the $12 million set aside. I mean, as much as we as a staff, our staff has said that they're getting really good word from FEMA on that. I want to remind everybody that that's like a $40 to $50 million request, and the entire BRIC program for the entire nation for that procurement cycle is only like 400 million. So it's like everybody loves our proposal, but are they going to give 10% of the funds to one county? Right? I'm not trying to be
Sure.
a pessimist, but I don't see that. I see them giving us some money or asking us to reapply for another procurement cycle, but that's there as well, just for context.
Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. I'm supportive of a countywide fund for this. I wonder how it relates and aligns with our vegetation management plan. And I'm wondering if we need another $2.5 million there, or what the amount is. But on the rural cemetery project, I'm asking the board to approve that today. This is a project that is an identified hazard on county property. We've got bids on it. Permit Sonoma has indicated it needs some environmental work before it gets started, but that's included in this amount. And I'd like to get it taken care of before it burns down. It's in a neighborhood. I understand the 8th Street issue. It's not in a neighborhood with houses and businesses next to it.
No, but
And I think that the
it's in
response
an
to-
industrial area that could burn up as well.
Of course.
Yeah. So like you,
But
I
I
would
was
like
gonna
to
say
have
that
that funded
I'm
today
not-
as well.
I'm not sure if it's as ready to go as this one. The board,
It's
the
pretty ready to go.
response to the board inquiry request indicated it may be on Union Pacific property. So I'm just advocating for my request, not discounting yours. I'm advocating for mine.
And I would advocate for mine as well. It's been a hazard for a number of years, so it needs to be addressed now.
My personal perspective is that I really support a county-wide allocation, but also a rolling process that would allow us to say, if yours is ready to go and the environmental review and you've got a contractor on board, we don't need to wait, right, to move it forward immediately. And when yours is ready, but I also want to acknowledge, I mean, you guys essentially were looking at, $500,000 per project. And then I'm sure that there's $500,000 worth of work in all of the 3 other districts. And, I'm sure we could all sit here and talk about whose district is going to burn down first. The reality is that we are all at risk, and that these eucalyptus stands are tremendously hazardous to whoever lives near them. And so if there's a project that's ready to go forward, absolutely, let's do that. And let's make sure that there are opportunities for other areas that might not be quite as shovel ready to also, I think, have a stake in the game. So do we have a kind of board majority to fund this? And I guess one thought is, for me, when I looked at this and I was thinking over last night, was if we're kind of, have 500,000 per district, and not that we would actually allocate it that way, we're going to try to hit the most, high fire severity zones. That's 2.5 million on the eucalyptus tree. And it was about 100,000 for the safety signs. If we're looking at a countywide program and we multiply that by 5, again, we don't have to spend it if there isn't the need, but that we've had very, very popular signage programs in the past. We used to have a TOT fund set aside, and a lot of fire districts in West County specifically went after those funds to highlight fire danger and other needs. So I do think that there would be countywide demand for signage if we allowed that as well.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gore?
I was just going to
Supervisor Corsi,
say,
did that meet your needs?
I actually like the conversation. Once again, yes, and I mean, you talked about kind of focusing on once again, highest priority. But if there's, Supervisor Rabbits talked about it. I have hazardous trees too. If there's 2.5 million set aside for hazardous trees, if the project gets funded out of that directly, totally good with that. And then I think we bring back the safety signs as a part of a discussion with PG&E soon, right? Like for more money, and maybe when we do ARPA or whatever we want to do with that. But I think the safety sign issue is something that would also be another one if we wanted to go out with $1.5 million or whatever that is to make sure that's appropriate. So I'm fully supportive of the immediate funding. And I would say and honestly, I don't need to advocate right now for $500,000 from my district for hazardous trees. I just think that number of 2.5 is good. The other thing is that I just want to acknowledge that there's a lot of stuff in the veg management stuff that was able to be funded in my district that I really was proud of and I think it has a long-term opportunity. So if there's things that cannot be funded through the veg management cycle like this, I'm totally supportive of that. I don't want this money to go towards all those other things. If you guys, I mean, honestly, if I look at the map, the veg management stuff was very good in North County. So
I appreciate that. We might consider this as sort of a sinking fund, as we did before. I thought I was going to use it to pave my PG&E roads, but we found the funding from other ways. Because I think we have years of tree removal ahead of us in the right of way that we don't have funding for, whether it's Lakeville Highway or along our county roads. And so this may be the first gulp, but we should probably think of this as a fund for the next couple of years, maybe a similar amount or an amount to be allocated over the next couple of years. And I would like to get some funding for the monument signs. Sonoma Valley has been affected by fires and Highway 12 cut off, power shutdowns, you name it. We have a desperate need for public safety. So whatever amount we can do, it's about $60,000 per sign. If we can do one or two, that would be great.
Chair.
Supervisor, go ahead, Chair.
I was just going to remind the board of the option of pulling back some fund balance from Permit Sonoma, the program that we started. There's about $500,000 there, so you could use $2 million of PG&E and then use the rest of that fund balance to get you to the 2.5-ish.
Thank you for that suggestion. Supervisor Corsi, does that meet your need to sort of have a yes and, go forward with the shovel ready project and look at a county-wide eucalyptus, including Supervisor Gorin's needs in Sonoma?
Yes, and thank you.
All right, great. Wonderful. So, and are we supportive of CEO Bratton's recommendation of taking $500,000 from the fund balance, which saves us $500,000 of PG&E funds? Thank you so much, CEO Bratton, for that suggestion. Seeing nodding heads, thumbs up. All right, so it looks like we handled the first, clarification on the LED safety signs. Do we want to set aside money from PG&E settlement funds right now for that program in order to meet the needs in East County and also look at county-wide needs? And is that something that would most appropriately run through Transportation and Public Works or through the Department of Emergency Management? So any thoughts from the CEO on that?
Go ahead.
For signage, I would think emergency management as the lead in coordination with TPW.
Okay. And is that who you've been working with, Supervisor Gorin?
And that's fine. A group of folks from Sonoma Valley already have estimates for signs to be placed, and we could get encroachment permits from Sonoma for that. They've identified the locations and the appropriate sign designs. So it's fine to work with emergency management, and they'll have to get an encroachment permit, I would think, from Permit Sonoma.
Great. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I think if, and I'm not opposed to putting signs where they're needed, I think it would be interesting to kind of do a countywide survey to make sure, because I know, like out my way, Wilmar has a sign right on Bodega that they announce all sorts of different things, change your batteries and all that other stuff. Most rural fire departments do, and I'm not sure why Kenwood hadn't, but notwithstanding that point, it's good that we could help them, but I think we should kind of do a look at a heat map of where these would be needed elsewhere. And I would turn to Department of Emergency Management to kind of put that out there. I was thinking that when it was LED, that it was going to be some sort of high-tech system that would be interrelated, and that would be probably very expensive, but
Well, part of the
ultimately,
estimate actually is construction, and part of it is training to operate the sign. So it's not exactly high tech, but it will require some knowledge on how to do it.
okay.
I believe that
Putting the letters on the don't spell bad words.
I think I recall seeing Supervisor Gore at a ribbon cutting for a fire danger sign that maybe the Boy Scouts put together. I mean, those kinds of things are really valuable. And I will say there's been tremendous interest along the coast, which we still have not been able to fund, in high surf advisory signs, because tragically we have repeatedly experienced drownings of people who are unaware of the dangers of the wave. So maybe potentially we could look at all hazard signs that would enhance the safety of the community. And there also might be opportunities if there are sort of higher tech signs that could be programmable, although we sometimes have issues with backup systems during disasters, but that could also get emergency information out via a signage as well. So Supervisor Gore?
And I think that's what these signs are geared to do. So you can change the message. It's not just a sign with an arrow of the fire danger.
And they're not just going to be advertising potlucks and quilt raffles?
It could be.
Supervisor Gore?
I was just going to say, you've heard me say it a lot, but I think this is another yes and. This came through as a board, as a board request early on. I just want to make sure that emergency services communicates with the district supervisor and make sure it gives it the passing test. And I would say, if as a part of this survey of other areas, I'd love for Department of Emergency Management to come back with a review. I mean, I'm sure we would find, if we leave some money in this PG&E pot, which it looks like we will, if they come back and say, strategically, if this was $120,000, if you give us $500,000, we could really hit kind of a good area that we understand, or we would align it with our, maybe Director Godley would want to align that with where we're putting those resiliency warehouses, or you know what I'm talking about, where we got the hazard mitt stuff. So I would just add it into that and give kind of direction that they can come back.
So in terms of setting aside funds, how do we feel about 500,000, which would meet Supervisor Gorin's needs and also open up? And then basically the request of Director Godley would be to do a community survey in terms of what the needs are, and then also just to check in with the individual district offices. I sort of shared the top need that comes to my mind that I've had repeated conversations about over the years, but there might be other things as we all reach out to fire chiefs in our district, what the needs might be.
And I'm fine with that. I thought that they brought this issue before the fire services or the strategic leadership group for fire services. And I think there was a general, I think that works. But having Chris involved is good.
Great. All right. Do we have a board majority on that proposal? Does that seem to work? Okay, great. Thank you. It's a great idea. And I just want to say thanks both to you and Supervisor Corsi for highlighting needs that exist in your communities, but really exist countywide. And I think this is a really good investment to make in our one-time funding. So next up, after the eucalyptus tree removal and the fire district, is the chamber and visitor centers and unincorporated areas. I don't know if it would be helpful for us to share a little bit of the history of this item and the funding. It had been provided through ongoing funding through transient occupancy tax for many years. There was a conversation a few years back about eventually transitioning this to being managed by Sonoma County Tourism. And yet that transition never fully happened. And then the 3-year contract that we had allocated to really make that transition wound down. So the question is, obviously we're out of ongoing funds. Do we want to fund this as a one-time? And this is, by the way, countywide. It's not just West County. It's all of our chamber and visitor centers.
I think this is a really important discussion. I'm disappointed that we haven't, I know why we crunched it down a year or two ago, but I think it's important to support the chambers and the visitor center countywide. And do we send it back to TOT to be funded every year? Do we manage it? I don't think Sonoma County Tourism has actually thought about it at all.
And I just want to say that one of the reasons that I put this in is that I think it's an exceptionally bad time to cut funding to our chambers and visitor centers, and that
Exactly.
many of them are hanging on by a thread in terms of their solvency because they lost a lot of membership.
But I
during
guess the
pandemic.
question, why 670,000?
That was the amount that had been previously funded in the
Okay,
past.
out
So
of
it was
TOT.
out of TOT. Mhm.
So I'm looking for a suggestion from Peter or Cheryl about this as an ongoing expense out of TOT. What does that do to our TOT allocation?
I don't believe we have any TOD ongoing left, but I do believe this might be able to be funded out of ARPA.
That's what I was going to ask.
So, it would have to wait until December when the board takes up all the ARPA funding. Peter, do you have any other thoughts or clarifications?
No, I think that, as you said, this could be a good program potentially under ARPA. There's economic development impacted areas funding, so that is a possibility. There's also a possibility for one time. I would say that you are correct, the policy on transient occupancy tax does divvy up the full amount of the tax. So if we wanted to return this as an ongoing from TOT, it would involve taking it away from one of the sources, one of the uses that is currently receiving TOT. So it is a discussion the board could have, perhaps as we return from our reduced revenues to a higher revenues, maybe holding some use at a reduced revenue, but it is essentially robbing Peter to pay Paul. And as Peter, I don't necessarily support that.
Oh, come on, Peter, pay Paul. I think it's important that we think about this now and not wait until December when the need is so great for supporting visitors. And so I'm looking for maybe an allocation of one-time funding now out of whatever source is appropriate. And thinking about using ARPA over the next couple of years, because I think that that's appropriate, and we could allocate expenditures over the next couple of years from ARPA as at least a short-term, longer-term funding.
And that would then give us an opportunity to think about the transition and possibly see some actual growth in transient occupancy tax that could allow us to make this kind of investment in the future. Looking to my other colleagues for their thoughts. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, did we only pay the unincorporated area visitors centers prior out of TOT? I thought there was an allocation for all the visitor centers throughout the county.
And I don't want to misspeak, so I'm going to invite either Christina Rivera up, or I think she should have the answer.
I just want to say I'm glad you asked
So,
that question because I
and while
actually thought it was countywide and was surprised to see it say unincorporated. So
while we wait on that, I just would want to clarify one thing. We had a discussion of the potential for an ARPA program, but I do want to emphasize that staff's recommendation has been to not program ARPA other than for the direct response in those positions to help the program get going today. So when we say that, I think what we mean is it would be something that we would be returning as one of the county options for the board to consider later rather than specifically allocating those funds at this time. And so if you do want to fund it right away, I would recommend utilizing some of the one-time funding, and then potentially in the future it could move to ARPA.
Thanks, Peter. And I think that that works for me. But the question is, can we potentially allocate half of the year of funding from one time, or at least allocate 670,000? And if we fund it out of ARPA, then we could claw back half of the next year's operating expenses.
So that is certainly possible. I think that one of the questions, and this is a program I'm not familiar with, I was not managing TOT at that time. So The question would be when we actually make those payments, so we could make the commitments to them for this. I don't know whether that is what the process is to actually move that forward to the visitor centers. That's something that staff would need to work on, defining that process, and that might then impact whether it's we pay half early in the year and promise half later in the year, and then sources of that second half could be adjusted.
I'm going to add another wrinkle because I do believe that it did go to pay for some amount of support, for example, Sonoma Valley Chamber, but it matched the memberships that they had from the unincorporated areas. And with the disastrous business conditions, I don't know that we have a lot of members left in the unincorporated areas or Sonoma Valley Chamber. And so we may need to look at the figures and allow them some time to build up their membership back up.
And I do see Christina Rivera here, and she might have some insight into what this funds specifically, and also history and context.
Sure. Good morning, Christina Rivera, Assistant County Administrator. First of all, I want to clarify that the amount that we last scheduled and Chairwoman explained has sunset is $340,000 a year, $347,000 a year. The request that came through the Chairwoman's office for the larger amount was created by District 5 staff, and it included some additional, programming that beyond what we had scoped out in the past through the regular policy. So first clarification is $347,000 that sunset in this year. Second clarification is that we have that $347,000 benefited both visitor centers and chambers of commerce. And the first thing that they need to do is apply. And we do allow the criteria is that you have to be in the unincorporated area. So that's answer to a question of Supervisor Rabbit. So you have to apply, and if you're a visitor center, you apply for an amount. If you're a chamber of commerce, you apply for the 10% match, which is what Supervisor Gorin is remembering. So I'm hoping that those 3 data points help the conversation. Happy to answer other questions.
Other questions?
I was just going to ask, this is the program that used to run out of EDB before we transferred it over to right? So I appreciate the clarification on visitor center and the chambers. I think as much as we talk about this, the question is that, I mean, this seems perfectly appropriate for ARPA. The question is do we need to, are chambers going to go out of business before we get that money on the table? And rather than just kind of guess that, I mean, I'd rather us just kind of, I'm interested in the conversation about if it's really 350 or if we want to create a larger pot for economic enhancement. But I'd rather obviously not pull this out of our one time and just program it into ARPA, but then have direction to staff that if they're going to go out and do the application cycle, if this presents an issue, that we just kind of look at how we can creatively gap fund, right?
Yeah, and I mean, certainly my intent, and I'm trying to check in with my staff to find out how the number changed. So actually, Elise says that was what they told her was the amount. So that was apparently a gap between kind of what the information that we had was and the information that the CAO had in terms of the chamber's funding and the visitor center's funding. My intent certainly is just to continue the funding that existed in the past. I do know for a fact that we have chambers that will go out of business if they don't get gap funding after this. I mean, they might have been able to weather it a couple of years ago, but although then we were in a wildfire season, but with the pandemic, they have really just hemorrhaged memberships and they don't have the reserves. So I would ask if the board would consider gap funding or 1-year funding, and then we could have a conversation when it comes to ARPA about how do we invest meaningfully in all of our chambers and visitors centers both inside and outside of city limits.
I think that's totally appropriate. And I would support some gap funding, but not the 670,000, but look at maybe 350,000 and have them apply based upon the previous formula. If they don't need it, they don't have to apply. And then we can revisit that conversation during the ARPA discussion.
Absolutely. So thumbs up on that, 350,000 one time, and then we look at ARPA for ongoing, and maybe we even reevaluate the formula. Maybe the formula is outdated, and we want to look at meaningfully how do we carry out economic development throughout the county. Okay, so so we can update our budget adjustment tool on 350, and those chambers were not able to slip a fast one on us and get extra money, because that was, I think that was where the information came from, was they explained that was the contracted amount, which differed from the county amount. But they will have funding for the year, which I think is very good news.
Question.
Yes, Supervisor Corsi.
That's coming from ongoing, not PG&E, correct?
From
Correct.
one time.
One time, I'm
Correct.
sorry.
Yes.
One
Mhm.
time.
And a reminder for all of us, I'm looking at this and reminding myself now, is that staff is running an ongoing sheet doing the math for us on this screen in front of us. So every time something is programmed.
If you can see that, I'm impressed.
Well, I
That
can
one's
see
a little
the
better.
big one above your head, so I
Yes.
got the
It's
benefit.
upside
Sorry.
down.
Yes, young eyes.
So one recommendation, I don't know if the board is interested in pulling contingencies off the table as a use for today. That would allow us to make the screen slightly larger.
Does anyone have a desire to take away from contingencies? Because I don't, and that would be
No,
great.
I think he means just pull it off of
No,
the screen.
I know that. So
No,
we're
he
not
means-
discussing it.
Yeah.
He means take it off the table.
Yeah.
Do we want to take it off the table?
And I'm
Yes.
fine with that if we can find other sources of funding.
Yes. I'm also wondering, I bet that we could actually log in via Zoom and then have it on our screen to have the shared screen. That might be helpful for those who doesn't work. Okay, never mind.
You'll probably end up with some echo that you're gonna have to manage.
Okay. Supervisor Corsi.
I'm sorry, maybe you could change the color of the numbers. The light
a good
green
idea.
or gray is not showing up for me at all.
And bold might be helpful.
Right.
There we go.
Better.
Take away the
Thank you.
FTEs, take away the potential layoffs.
And actually, you could probably just we didn't necessarily have to see the left 3 columns. And so that would enable us to
That's much better. Right
blow
there.
up. As long as we have the title, that will give us the information we need.
Almost.
I'm going to buy y'all glasses for an end of year gift. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, just on that, yeah, I'm supportive of putting that funding towards the unincorporated visitor centers. I would only say that I think it goes again to our TOT policy, which needs to be revisited. That's a TOT expense. It's heads and beds, it's visitor information, whatever, and that money should be there. TOT in prior to the pandemic was 25 million. It lowered to 17. I don't know what it's going to be this year, but there's money there. But yet we're scrambling to, fund the tourism impact funds. So I think we need to come forward with something on that. The other side of that is on this particular item, I think we remember that the reason that we took it out of the TOT policy was it was to sunset. So we should also recognize that it is hard to make things sunset when they were funded in years past, because no one wants to go the next year without those same dollars. So we need a strategy on that too.
Appreciate those comments. So moving on, CO5, the fire services funding has already been addressed yesterday. So that brings us, unless Supervisor Gore, you wanted to check in on that.
The only thing is that since we talked about this, I just wanted to get an idea from the ad hoc, since we're here on the dais, and also from, even more so maybe from either the county administrator or Terry Wright. So we had just overview. We had talked about how on July 13th, the first Tuesday we're back, we have a fire item that's going to come forward from the ad hoc. And my understanding is that with the money we put on yesterday, and then we talked about 172, we talked about the fund balance for fire services, others, is my understanding is there will be an item that comes back And are those the funding areas that are going to be discussed, I think, in between now and then? And the anticipation, I would hope that we come back with some proposals from the ad hoc that aren't just that focus on what we talked about. Like, I don't want to get into numbers right now, but launching CSA 40, Bodega Bay stop, what's needed there, Zone 6 there, Kenwood, and any other needs that are on the table. So that was just a high level. Want to make sure we're clear.
Yeah, and our goal, the ad hoc's goal, is to utilize that new money to be able to come up with a proposed distribution plan to deal with those issues that you have identified. But if you want, we can have Terry Wright come, and I don't know if she can share her screen, but we can go over just basically the some of the CSA 40, Prop 172, TOT numbers that are in the mix or already allocated.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I don't want to go into deliberation on this policy. I mean, we have that time set, but I know the question came up even from Supervisor Corsi when you said, like, I need more information on what is this, and we're talking about 172 as well at the end. So, I mean, I'd love to see not only, I like you talked about, is if you have any more information on 172. I know there was even a memo that went out to the FSWAG or whatever you want to show us that provides some context.
Sure. So, Terry, do you want to share your screen?
Good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. Terry Wright with the County Administrator's Office. Here's a slide that gives a high-level overview of the fire services revenue and obligations that we have. There's basically three sources of funding that we use for our fire revenue. And two of them are through policy, Prop 172 and TOT, which for estimates for fiscal year 21-22, we're estimating about $6.6 million of revenues coming in from those sources. We also get $2.2 million that's represented on the bottom on the slide here from approximately $2.2 million for CSA 40 property taxes. And those dollars are pushed back out for the North Bay Fire contract for their excellent administration of all the volunteer fire companies that they've been doing. The other obligations that we have for the other $6.6 million for 21-22, just to remind you, is we do cover Redcom dispatch fees from $900,000. We have approximately $2.1 million of existing tax exchange agreements that with Sonoma County Fire and Sonoma Valley Fire for prior consolidation annexation efforts. We have $2.2 million for our enhanced services contracts, which you just renewed last week before. And then we cover $500,000 for red flag upstaffing, and primarily in this other Lexipol contract. That's hard to explain, so don't ask me. But that's the overview of the revenue and obligations. I don't know if that answers your question, Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, I think that's good enough. What I don't see on here is what was discussed is, and I assume this will be into the item, or I'd like to see it in the item, is the discussion about one time. With the one time, obviously that's more of a policy discussion. The $2 million we put on the table, but added with the $7 million on the in the fund. And I believe Supervisor Rabbit talked a little bit about this with getting districts maybe with one-time funding up to an area to where they are then more able to integrate. And so the only other thing is that I thought our number on red flag staffing was 1 million that we put at, and I remember there was a request in April budget to come. I thought we agreed to 1 million to set into that for them to draw off of red flag warnings.
Terry will answer, but it was split into kind of two buckets is my recollection. One was red flag up staffing, and I'm forgetting the other.
So there's the 500,000 is what we authorized for red flag up staffing. What's been budgeted for what red flag up staffing. I'm not exactly sure what the $1 million that you're referring to, Supervisor Gore.
Well, We'll get you that info.
Yeah,
It was the
that's okay.
original after the fires. We did put $1 million in, and so covered.
We've spent that money, and so we've had to renew the contract for this upcoming years for $500,000. And the red flag costs have been averaging about $300,000 a year, except for 2020, which was like 490,000. So that's why we allocated an additional $500,000 for the upcoming year to cover.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, was it always averages less than, so we're covered.
Good. Good.
going
That's
forward.
great.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, Terry, for that information. And thanks also just for all of your endless, tireless work on fire services. And I'm really looking forward to getting to that grand solution, hopefully in July. So thank you so much for being available today.
And Terry has done a great job, and really do appreciate that. We are this close, and I think by putting these ongoing dollars and the one-time dollars and leaving it and coming up with something, I think it can push us over the finish line. So thank you, Terry.
Yes. This is truly generational work, and you have been the driver in this. So thank you, Terry.
And then maybe we might not even ad hoc for the 8 years straight.
You were on the ad hoc.
I was
before
on the ad
was.
hoc my
Wow.
first year on the board. I took over for McGuire's seat with
And I will.
Smart move. Well played, handing that off.
I think yesterday you said we didn't have anything to show for it. I think we actually do. Sonoma County Fire has made great strides in consolidation, Sonoma Valley, and we have a lot less. I mean, there was it was getting up towards the 50 number, I think, when I was first elected, and we're down to what, 30, Terry would know,
32, I believe.
32. And, we could be looking at 18 at the end of the year. So that is a huge movement, and it wouldn't have happened without working through the system and having everyone agree, because willing partners are key.
I agree. Maybe someday we'll get to single digits. That'd be really nice.
Whatever the number should be.
All right. Moving on to item CO6, which was a request that I put in for language access and translation services for the Board of Supervisors, CEO, all county departments. And I'm wondering if Alegria de la Cruz is on and to be able to speak to this item, and also CEO Bratton, I'm wondering if you could provide any context. I know that we have allocated funding, for instance, to translate the Board of Supervisors meetings, but it feels like we don't have a holistic policy. And so, we're kind of figuring out which department is going to pay for translation services for a town hall, for instance. So I don't know if CEO Bratton, if you wanted to provide an update, and then maybe Alegria de la Cruz could talk about her work on developing a policy.
Sure. So we do have, I believe we just pulled out of supplies and services out of our budget to address, the needs of the communications team and the clerk for our board meetings. And I know Alegria is working on a broader policy to bring to the board for discussion that would be across all county departments. So I forget when that's coming on the calendar. I think it's August or September, but Alegria is with us. So I turn it over to Alegria.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Yes, the Office of Equity, one of the first priorities of the Office of Equity was actually to start preparing a policy workshop for your board's consideration, given that there is not a consistent across the entire county system policy or protocol for, when to translate, how to translate, when to interpret. So there are some very clear rules and regulations that flow from our funding. And so we're really trying to capture best practices that we understand are happening in different departments, but also to really provide some clarity on when and why and how to do this best. And so we're in the process of pulling together an analysis of, the existing costs right now, which come through a combination of both kind of staff translation and interpretation, the use of contractors through the county's BPOs, and then as well as, the use of contractors through separately negotiated contracts. So just as an example, for 2020, 2021, the fiscal year, What we know in a limited basis that did not include all departments was somewhere around 1.3 million. So we're continuing to work on that cost analysis, but I do appreciate the question. And this policy workshop is likely to come in September around the same time that the Department of Emergency Management's SB 160, essentially cultural competency and emergency response plans will come, given that there's such crossover and connectivity between those two items.
Thank you so much, Director De La Cruz. I really appreciate it. Does anyone else have any questions? Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, the thing I appreciate about this, and I think also with us with the equity and social justice ad hoc, maybe we can kind of review this and think about coming back. We set aside some dollars for it, and then it also lines up with the future of actual just procurement. I mean, we've talked about that, but this should not be something that's set aside. One of the things that really came up, and I appreciate Alegria leaning in on this, is that we rallied during all the other disasters and did our best, but oftentimes that was on the back of just bilingual employees who then weren't doing their normal jobs. And then there's this question about obvious, we understand Spanish is a must, but then there's, I think there's a different option, which is like, how do we provide specialized cart service or other things to individuals from other areas? Because the tough thing with translation is that it's also extremely expensive. I mean, there's a question, Alegria's is like, when you get into is that, and I hate to even say this, but how many people justifies a full translation of every meeting, right? If it's $100,000 to hit 24 languages, right? And so I think the question, I mean, obviously this goes back into, I think a good place to discuss this is in our equity and social justice kind of pillar of the plan going forward. So I look forward to doing it there and then embedding it somewhere.
Any other questions? Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, just wanted to ask the county administrator, is this something that you were thinking about as far as the $5 million set aside for strategic plan initiatives?
It certainly fits within the broad category. So, one option for the board would be to pull off that 5 million and kind of pre-prioritize. I would caution you just that you won't have the full benefit of seeing all the potential proposals for the various pillars. And I know generally the board likes to deal with funding, to see it all instead of incrementally going after, pots. So that would be my caution, but it's certainly up to the board.
Do we have a number that we're talking about here?
No, and I'll be totally candid. My goal here was not to say, all right, we're going to walk away with $725,000 right now. We need to flag this, I believe, as a priority for language access for the entire county and at least start the conversation and think about where we will pull it from, especially once we have that policy come forward. I also thought about the strategic plan funds because I think it would be a great fit for that. But I am open, and I think that actually Director De La Cruz would probably be the best person to ask for the number. I appreciated the first, the $1.3 million are currently being spent, and we know that we also need to expand services. So, what are you thinking in terms of the price tag for implementation of an appropriate policy?
Yeah, and as I mentioned, that 1.3 number is still incomplete and doesn't capture the costs of two of our largest externally facing departments, Health Services and Human, both of whom do great work on a day-to-day basis, given their federal funding requirements. And so, in some ways, I think that what we're looking for here is the delta in terms of, what additionally needs to be translated and what are, to Supervisor Gore's point, the best practices that really embody recognizing that just translating is not necessarily communicating with communities that don't speak English. And so how do we kind of combine some sense of deeper community engagement with our language access policies and procedures at the County of Sonoma? So in terms of a a sticker price, Supervisor. I don't think that that's what we have at this moment, but we will have that in September when this policy item comes forward.
One more.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, on this note, I really appreciate you talking about translation is not transparency. When I was at the federal level, we did, when I was in the Obama administration, we had to implement the Plain Language Act, right? Mm-hmm. Which was a whole different thing. And it was about basically, people could complain to a department if folks were writing stuff that was so wonky that nobody could understand it. And I think I think that should be a part of the policy and part of the discussion in that pillar and bringing that back, because I mean, we're talking about translation, but we're also talking about how many people come forward and say, I have no idea how to understand your budget docs or your other stuff, even because, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. There's no intention of obfuscating, but we definitely get lost in our wonk. So it sounds like a good item to bring back. And I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would just look to see if we have sort of board concurrence to address this at a later date of when this policy comes back. We will find an appropriate source for it. And it's possible, I mean, we haven't gotten to the end of the list, but we might end up having, some additional funds left over in the one-time pot that could roll into contingencies that could also potentially fund this in the future. So we're committed to this as a county. We will find a way to fund it when the policy comes back. And thank you very much, Director De La Cruz, for your information.
Thank you.
So with that, this was actually sort of another big picture item that I had put in as a board request, which is non-congregate shelter sites and safe parking options. And I know that actually Supervisor Corsi has been a huge champion of this issue and has been engaging in conversations with the city of Santa Rosa. So I'd actually love to hear if you have anything to share. And this again was not to walk away with a particular dollar amount, but to identify this as a community priority and potentially have those conversations at a future time. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I talked yesterday about this being a priority for all of us. And I think that we should approach this particular item as we did with the eucalyptus tree item. Consider it a countywide issue, a countywide need, and that we establish a fund that can be used to address it countywide. I know that we're looking at, we're hopeful that a lot of new money comes from the state for homeless services and capital projects this year. In the meantime, we've got serious problems all around the county. And I would like to not wait for the state or for whatever other rescue might be out there, but to put some money forward now. And there's a few reasons for that are staring us right in the face. One of them that we haven't talked very much about is that FEMA funding for several of our shelters, where we've got more than 100 people right now, goes away on September 30th. What do we do then? Where's the money for addressing that then? This board talked last year about establishing indoor-outdoor shelters, alternative shelter sites. We don't have any money identified for that right now. The city of Santa Rosa, for one, and I wouldn't be surprised if other cities were interested in this, is anxious to partner with us, with the county right now, on safe parking sites that can be up and running, within a matter of weeks, I would guess. So what I would suggest is that we take, yesterday I talked about trying to repurpose some of the R&R funds for the county fund for housing. Didn't seem to go anywhere, but I'm going to say the number again, $2 million that we put in this fund to take care of interim needs before we, are receiving money from the state that we can use right away to take care of needs that we have right now.
And do you have a proposed source for those funds?
Well, we've got more than $2 million in ongoing or one time, and we've got more than $2 million in PG&E, and I'm agnostic about where it comes from.
Supervisor Gorin, I see you unmuted.
Well, I agree that we absolutely are past due to have a conversation with this board about the next steps in safe parking and working with the city. And we're in transition with an interim director of CDC on that. And before I say, gee, I'm going to support $2 million, I'd like to know where it's coming from. And I'd like to know what it's going to buy us for how long. And, I've been asking for that kind of strategic plan going forward for a number of years, looking at dollars and cents and outcome. And I've yet to really had the dollars and cents. This many people is going to be at this kind of shelter for this long. Here's the operation costs. We know what the costs are at LG Village. We have not had a conversation yet about safe parking. What does that look like? Who's going to manage it? And I'd be really interested in having the conversation. Can we have it sooner rather than later? And I agree that there is an incredible sense of urgency on where we're going.
Yeah. Just, and I agree, Supervisor Gorin, we do need to figure out what the costs are, what the purposes are. But just for example, on September 30th, we lose $9.2 million worth of housing from FEMA pulling out of that. So that's a big problem right there.
And can you be specific about where that money is going now from FEMA?
In our non-congregate shelter sites, in the two trailer villages that are at the fairgrounds.
Thank you.
Astro Motel.
And now Windsor, former Alliance Redwoods, right?
Correct, yeah. So on the safe parking, the city of Santa Rosa is proposing that we reestablish safe parking in the permit Sonoma lot across the street, as was there 5 or 6 years ago. Their estimate is $500,000 a year for a full service site where people are getting rapid rehousing and other services made available to them through a contractor. So that would be, if we split the cost with them, that would be $250,000 right there. As I'm saying, let's establish a fund. We may get all kinds of money from the state to help us, and we may have longer term solutions. What I'm looking for now is to have some money available for immediate needs. And Supervisor Hopkins, listed some of those needs in her district. I know you have them in yours. We have them in all of our districts.
I really appreciate you sharing that, Supervisor Corsi, and I would support your proposal. Supervisor Gore?
Likewise. The reason I say that, I mean, here's the thing, is I think we do have to give direction that we're putting money on the table, but then the direction also has to be that we're in a good timeline because to coordinate to the best possible to leverage with state funding, because we do know that the homeless proposal, which is not going to be done when so-called you see the announcement of the first kind of legislator passing the budget, it's going to be a trailer bill in the coming months. But no matter what, we're going to have money on the table. We also have Measure O, so this could come back as a part of Measure O, just like when we, how we're talking about the fire money. This could be something that supplements when we come back with Measure O about where we want to leverage money to the most extent. But we have impacts right now, and I know Moscow Road, I just got an email about that. I've had Alexander Valley, we're pushing it all with different areas, but like you, I mean, I'm pushing my district to identify safe parking programs right now so that I can enforce right-of-ways. And so coming out of the pandemic, I just, I do want staff to be able to, outside of IMDT and HART, which they've been very good in on my work recently, but what we haven't been able to do is to create sites where we say that we are offering space. None of these should be total short-term. We should figure out how to fund them, but like even for examples of, if we're lucky, or not if we're lucky, if our advocacy works, then we won't just get a 3-to-1 funding for Project Homekey, but we'd get a 3-to-1 match for navigation centers like LG Village, which pulls down the cost, but still provides the service and the security, which is why it costs so much, in our communities. I also think that we have to have the conversation of the non-congregate shelter sites, and do we want to continue them through the end of the year, or are we going to stop them on September 30th? And if we stop them on September 30th, where does that go? Right? Where does that go? Because for me, with respect to us moving into the Windsor site, I want to make sure that there's an option. Otherwise, what's going to happen. It's going to go right back on the streets, and we're going to have to just reboot it. So it might buy us some time, but I'd love for staff to have the opportunity to go into that. I think we definitely know we want to have the homeless conversation about the strategy, but the full strategy has to be developed based on what the governor's budget and the trailer bill finally says, and what's the analysis from staff. So maybe an appropriate thing to do. I mean, I don't want to, I'm not just trying to pull this into our ad hoc, but like we said with the fire ad hoc, potentially, I mean, there's homeless requests for more money going into IMDT and HART as a part of Measure O. So maybe there's and we've been talking a lot with that. Maybe when we bring back Measure O, we have a fuller conversation about the ongoing money from O linked with the cities and this and other things.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, I went back and I'm looking at CDC and on the expenditures on ending homelessness. I mean, right now there's 17 million going out there. I'm not saying that, and recognizing the fact that we're going to have those 3 non-congregate shelters transitioning and needing to pick up the whatever we need there. I don't know if that need is 1 million, 2 or 5 or 10. It's probably the higher numbers. But it seems like I'm looking to the county administrator, and I know that Mr. Kiff hasn't even started yet. And when is that, what can we look for to actually understand what's out there? Because I know down my way, the city of Petaluma is also looking to the county to partner. Are we going to partner with all the other cities? And then what will the funds, what will we need going forward?
If I might weigh in. So Mr. Kiff will start July 1st. The other item we have coming up on our calendar, I believe, is August 24th, where we're going to talk about homeless services, encampments, camping. So that's another vehicle, and that might be decent timing for Mr. Kiff to start to get up to speed and transition or coordinate with Tina Rivera on the health side. What I'm hearing is support for carving off some money, not necessarily agreement yet on how to spend the money for homeless. But I would definitely support the board's interest in carving off some money, and we can bring it back as part of the August 24th. We can have staff look at different suggestions. Supervisor Gore, I'm hearing from you more of the long-term leveraging permanent kind of projects. Supervisor Corsi, I'm hearing from you more of the immediate, safe parking. So that's where we would need to ultimately get the board to make some decisions during budget hearings. Maybe it's enough just to carve out an amount, give direction to staff to come back with a range of options towards the end of August.
Supervisor Corsi, can I ask if that would meet sort of your timeline thoughts? And I just want to echo your sense of urgency. I believe we've had 3 fires in the lower Russian River that were started by homeless encampments this month alone. Yeah. And one of the things that keeps me up at night is thinking about what if that got away? There is a sense of urgency. There is also a need for match funding and for long-term investments. So how can it be sort of a yes and how can we really analyze all of the sources of funding in addition to some extra one-time money when it comes back in August? But would that meet your needs, sort of the proposal to bring it back then? And I would be totally open to the Measure O ad hoc having conversations about it between now and then with CDC.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about combining this with Measure O. I think that, we have needs all over the map here.
Yeah.
And yes, Supervisor Rabbit, we sink a lot of money into this issue. I think that as we look around, we know that it's not enough. Another $2 million won't be enough. But I'd like to have some money available to to make these decisions quickly, to take care of immediate needs. And Supervisor Gorin, you asked for more clarity on where I suggest this come from, and I'll suggest that it come from the PG&E pot. You know, the money we have from PG&E has to do with the Sonoma complex fires of 2017, which, you know, 3.5 years ago, we were all in agreement that exacerbated our homeless problem. It exacerbated our housing crisis. Let's use some of this money to directly address that.
Supervisor Gorin and then Supervisor Gore.
Well, I'm somewhat stingy with PG&E funds because I want it to be directly attributable to the fires. Yes, they may have contributed to homeless. That is, but the other fires have done so as well. I'm concerned about your intent on spending it immediately when we have no direction, we have no options, we have no suggestions on how to move forward. So the question that I have for you is, I know you represent us on the Continuum of Care Committee, and that might be part of the conversation. Where is that in the funding cycle? And what is the responsibility for the Continuum of Care to address some of these issues? And the last time Linda and I served on it, they were all over the map in the suggestion range of alternatives. And it seems like maybe we're premature in thinking about the immediate expenditure of funds, because I don't think Continuum of Care, they made their funding decisions a number of months ago. Emma, is that correct?
Correct. And we just ratified those a couple of weeks ago in this chamber. Maybe it was last week. And the Continuum of Care is a small part of the system of care. So what the Continuum of Care is not good at doing is taking care of immediate needs. We're in the process now, just at the beginning of the process, of creating a countywide strategic plan. The need is not going to wait for that strategic plan. Yeah. The need is out there right now. And that's why I'm advocating for this on an immediate basis.
Well, let me just say, I'm not sure how we would, even if we allocated funding, what would the process be to look at the range of options and allocate the funding? We don't have those range of options right now, so we're not going to be expending the funding anytime in the next month. And so Cheryl is suggesting maybe August. It would take a while to get contracts and to get agreement on what we're expending the funds for, to get contracts in place for management and maybe leasing a property. All of that takes way too long. And so I'm not sure how we're going to be able to expend funds to meet the immediate needs right now.
Well, then there's no better time to get started than now. And, you know, staff is going to figure that out. That's why we have them. Yeah.
Supervisor Corsi, I do support your request, and I support PG&E as a funding source. One data point that came back in one of our board information or budget information request forms was that to operate 80 spaces for safe parking is roughly $150,000 per month. Think about how much of an impact we could have just trying to deal with the many RV encampments. And, you know,
Is
and
that
trying
the
to stand
river
those up.
area, the figures you were quoting?
No, that was, I believe, through the Catholic Charity Program. I mean, these should be universally applied. Yeah, and this should be, I mean, in my opinion, we have to say yes to one in every district, yes to whatever solution is shovel ready so that we can address the urgent need. I believe that Supervisor Gore wanted to chime in, and then once we wrap up this item, I will be taking a break. I know everyone's probably looking at it's about break time.
I appreciate the conversation. I support 2 million. I'd rather not come out of PG&E. I was going to propose that maybe 1 million from each. As a way, because we're running up against our one time, but it gives us enough to get through the rest of White if we approve it. That's one way to do it. So we still have a discussion about PG&E for resiliency. But the other side of it is that I do want to see immediate action with this. I feel like ARPA, we're going to be able to put probably a 3-year commitment into homelessness related to what's going on with the pandemic. I think we could probably put a significant amount of money. I would think 10, I mean, I'm just in my head thinking what do we do that really leverages the money with the state and the money on the table? But personally, right now, I do not want us to wait until August to decide if we're going to continue the non-congregate shelter, number one. I think that should be not even a board decision. I think we should just give them the money to say, and I would actually love to have maybe Tina Rivera, if she's on, talk about the funding. The other thing would be safe parking programs. I think we need safe parking program. I know we need them now, because we cannot move people off of right-of-ways if we do not have safe parking areas for them to go. So if you're in your district, I mean, look to the Windsor one. Yeah, did I get some heat for allowing staff to negotiate an administrative contract in my district? Yes, but after 2 weeks, I haven't heard a thing, right? And so I don't want to cook everything back into a board meeting. I want to give staff the ability and some money that they can do that. And then I want to be able to look back at staff and say, okay, so now we have the encampment on Moscow. We have the under the First Street Bridge. We have it out in Sonoma Valley. I want to see action. So I'm going to support the $2 million request. I'm actually I would love to have Tina, if she can, talk about immediate action, right? Like because I'm investigating sites right now for safe parking programs. I think I have one that we could talk about next week. And we're just moving RVs around. So.
Yep. So we have sort of a proposal on the floor that might be a compromise between Supervisor Corsi's proposal and Supervisor Gorin's concern over the PG&E settlement funds. Would we have board majority to take 1 million from PG&E settlement and 1 million from the general one time?
And I'm fine with that. I just don't know how we would do that, because we don't have an interim CDC person. I don't know what entity is going to say this proposal looks great. We're going to lease this land. We're going to hire this company for management, security, or whatever. I don't know how we're going to do that in an immediate way.
If I just weigh in, Tina Rivera is overseeing CDC while we're in this transition period, so they're not dark. So work can be done, over the next couple of weeks. And as Mr. Kiff comes on board, and I would say Supervisor Corsi's point, if the money is allocated generally and some direction is given to staff, I'll work with the appropriate department heads to bring items or an item back to the board.
Does that work, Supervisor? And the other thing that I wanted to say was there was a budget information or board inquiry request form that does have some additional information, actually including an RV campsite program with startup costs and ongoing costs. So those might be some interesting data points to look through.
Where is that?
It's unfortunately, it's not printed, which I, like Supervisor Rabbit, really struggled with the PDF of that length. And I normally am really all about preserving trees and not using paper, but I struggle with that. Let me see. It was I'll see if I can find it and screenshot it and send it to everybody. That might be the easiest way to get it through. But yeah, it has estimated costs for infrastructure and construction, $390,000 one time. And then the total monthly cost was $221,000. And that would be specifically for RVs, which we know we struggle with quite a bit in one location. Mm-hmm. Yes. Right. We need
Through the chair, it's, pardon the interruption. If Supervisor Gorin could unmute her microphone, we're not hearing her in Zoom.
Thank you so much,
Sorry,
Rosie.
I need to turn it on. Yes, thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good conversation. And as to the, I share Supervisor Gorin's hesitancy in terms of immediate actions versus setting aside the dollars. There is a need. We haven't really defined. We got figures of what one encampment might cost. I know the city has 7 districts, and their goal was to find each individual council member a site within the district. This was the one that this district representative, and I'm not sure if that means that we're going halfsies on all 7 or only the one, or if we're doing it per district, or if we're, so then how does it all work? And how many of these, what's the need? What's the amount of places that we need to have? And then what's the funding source? we can figure that out. I just don't know how you move forward with everything kind of still up in the air.
All right. So do we have at least consensus on the funding? And do we need to have consensus on the process, or do we sort of trust, CDC staff to look at these issues and move forward in a way that's appropriate?
If we have,
I hope
Go ahead.
so. And again, it's like we just talked about with the eucalyptus trees. We know the need is there. We know that it's countywide. We know that it's bigger than the resources that we have. But we put some money into that, and we decided we're going to figure out where that goes and how it works later on. That's all I'm asking here.
Yep.
Are we okay with that?
I'm fine with that. I just want to see if we do have actions that are in front of us that can deal with impact. I'd love for staff to be able to move forward with it. I understand the concern. I see Ms. Rivera signed on. I would ask if you can lean in. I mean, we've behind the scenes of the question about let's stick with what this says. Non-congregate shelters, which we still currently have. And my first question is do we have funding identified to continue the non-congregate shelters if needed past September 30th? And then the second question is, is safe parking program is pursuing those this year? Do we need to wait until we have a board meeting on August 29th to pursue safe parking programs? And I would almost say that if we gave direction to pursue safe parking programs, and then we could have staff come back and identify, we're going to have open and closed session discussions about our legal requirements and other things, is a proper feedback loop. I mean, we want it to be strategic. We want it to leverage into things. So this is what the item says: safe parking programs and non-congregate shelter. So Ms. Rivera, can you kind of address some of that?
Yes.
Before Director Rivera, if one moment, Leo's going to be emailing the link to everyone. It is actually not in the BIRs. It's in the community and board budget requests, where they're outlined the costs of an RV campsite, indoor, outdoor shelter, LG village style.
Screenshot it and send it to us.
The link is there, and it's on page 21 of 48 is the information. So the email should be forthcoming in the specific document, which is community and board budget requests. So I did pull. It will be emailed to you. Yes. And sorry, Director Rivera, go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. With respect to the funding, and first to level set, but with respect to the non-congregate shelters that we are running, these are COVID response shelters. So they do fall under the purview of DHS. We had support initially from CDC staff. That is no longer the case. So these are under the purview of the COVID response. With respect to encampments, for your knowledge, encampments are also under the purview of DHS department because these encampments are under the purview of our HART team, excuse me. So just so that you will know this going forward. So we do have staff who are constantly working these particular areas of encampments and our non-congregate shelter sites with respect to our COVID response. With respect to funding, these sites are FEMA funded because of the COVID response. After September, we are looking to the May revise. We do not have any additional information with respect to how this will fall out. We're looking at project room key and home key. It's our understanding that the governor has initiatives with respect to room key to provide a bridge for those individuals who are currently living in non-congregate shelters and have been housed during this COVID response. It's our hope that we will hear what county allocations will be with respect to the room key dollars to provide a transition or a bridge of funding, if you will, beyond FEMA.
And Home Key is also exploring dollars with respect to not only permanent supportive solutions, but also operating solutions for those transitioning out of these types of situations. But in the meantime, the county was given an allocation of emergency solutions grant in the amount of $6.5 million. Roughly $3 million of that could provide some bridge funding for these non-congregate shelters. So we could look to some of that to provide some gap funding beyond for the $9 million that we would be losing as we transition these individuals out beyond September to keep folks housed as we provide more permanent solutions for these 100+ individuals. 180 or so that we'll need to look for more permanent solutions for. Now, with respect to immediate solutions, we do need immediate solutions. If we had immediate funding, some of the funding gaps we're looking at now is encampment funding, funding for repairs to RVs and vehicles, because these are barriers, real barriers to encampment clearings and encampment enforcements as we're going out and providing outreach and services to individuals with respect to clearing these encampments. So if we had the funding, this would assist us. I can't tell you how much more this would assist us in doing additional work with respect to these encampments. We piecemeal dollars together to do what we can with respect to encampment clearing and providing options, whether it's hotels, overnight stays, vehicle repairs, towing expenses, etc. So we have calculated that if we had an additional $250,000 annually, this would go a long way to assisting us to clearing RV encampments, vehicle encampments, addressing tent encampments, etc. Safe parking options. If we had the dollars, we could hit the ground running to get these options at least in the works, even prior to coming back to your board in August. We could at least begin the work and begin bringing those, we'd have those recommendations ready as we come before you in August, but we could at least get the groundwork started. So with this additional funding, it would be really important for us to have the immediate options that we need to do the work that we need to do now, but we don't have that funding now. So absolutely, this funding would go a long way to doing the work that we need to do now. And with soon to be interim director Kiff, I will work in tandem with him as to assist in onboarding him. We'll work together closely to continue to address these issues with respect to the health department as well as CDC moving forward. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Thank you so much, Director Rivera. Any other follow-up questions? Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. I really appreciate your information outlining the need and the possibilities, and I think that is totally appropriate. I guess I need to know, going back to my process question, at what point, even if we allocate funding from a source or a couple of sources, what would that process look like? Can we respond, quote unquote, immediately to the availability of funds? Is it just you expending the funds? Is it coming back to the board? And you mentioned the emergency shelter grant, the ESG grant that might be in the governor's bill. How can we contemplate using some of that funding immediately from one-time funds, maybe replacing those sources of funding as other funding come forward? I'm looking for how we not expend one-time funds that are really valuable for something that we may have funding later on to achieve.
Well,
two questions there. How can we respond quickly? And then can we replace the one-time funds with some ongoing funding from the state or other sources?
Well, with respect to the process that you mentioned, we could start the process with doing an LOI. To me, that's the fastest and most expedient process. We could send out an LOI because this also, rather than an RFP, because it's most expedient with respect to enlisting the assistance of our service providers for safe.
An LOI is?
A letter of intent. Because what it speaks to the applicant is it says, we would like to know what your qualifications are, what you have in your toolbox, so to speak, but it also allows you as the applicant to know that we, as the county, would like to, if you meet our criteria that we have outlined, we have the intent to enter into some contracts with you, and then we would bring this back to the board for your with our recommendations and your approval. So that would be the most expedient process, and it cuts down time with respect, in lieu of an RFP process. So that could be the process. With respect to ongoing funding as opposed to one-time funding, I get that these PG&E dollars are precious. Every dollar is precious. And I think it's up to your board to determine, where the priorities lie, and how much, you want to allocate to these particular priorities. I wish I had a crystal ball that could determine, what the state and the federal government will do and how that will roll out and where those funding allocations will come from, because we'll look to grants and so forth. I don't know. I can be hopeful. But we do have these immediate needs. As I mentioned, we do have an opportunity to spend some of these ESG funds to bridge the needs that we have currently to fill the FEMA gap, because we do have individuals who've been vaccinated. So we're using those dollars now to fill this FEMA gap now. So these monies must be expended by 2022. So with respect to swapping dollars, I can't answer that question because we don't have the dollars to swap. All we have is the dollars that we can fill now and meet the needs that we have now. And if your board so chooses to provide some immediate funding now that can address the needs that exist now, wonderful. And then ongoing funding, I can't answer that. We will just continue to look to grant opportunities for ongoing funding. We know that ESG will continue to be an ongoing funding source. HHAP, which is homeless housing funding grants, will continue to be an ongoing funding source. We never know how much that's going to be. We just have to wait for the governor to pull those triggers with respect to those ongoing funding dollars. So hopefully that answers your question.
Any follow-up questions? Are we comfortable, based on what Director Rivera shared and the allocations that are currently on the budget adjustment tool, 1 million from one time, 1 million from PG&E? Seeing thumbs up from a board majority?
Well, I'm comfortable with it and I'm comfortable with the process, but going back through the expenses on the analysis of just the RV campsite for 12 spaces is $2.5 million a year. So I'm not sure what we're going to achieve with the $2 million funding for countywide, both the city of Santa Rosa and the West County and the North County. And I guess I would be looking for expert analysis to figure out how we piecemeal that to meet the immediate need.
I think that's a policy question for August. Right now quite honestly, there's questions that can't be answered. She said it, you're posing them. I have the same things, but I think the point here is we're saying we have immediate needs, non-congregate shelter and other things, and it's a part of a mix. But for my purposes, I'm comfortable with $2 million, 1 million on each side. And for staff, if there's immediate things that we can do, communicating with the supervisors about what those are, if there's any red flags. I mean, Tina, obviously none of us want to spend money on things that don't yield results, right? I think that's what you're seeing from us. So, I mean, personally, everything I want to see a demonstrable result on the ground, on the streets, or on the encampments that are out in the right of way. So that's kind of, I think, the point. Thank you.
Anything further from anyone else? Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, it has to be countywide, and we have to leverage the dollars. I think that, quite frankly, some of the criticism of the CFC was because it was being focused in one area and not spread throughout the land. And we need to be aware of that and counter that and make sure that we're talking, walking the talk in terms of the countywide approach. It is expensive. So I at the same time, if we're going to put forward a few dollars and have immediate solutions, it's a challenge because you need to have those dollars go towards the bigger, broader picture as well, or at least have a backup plan, because it keeps getting focused in the same area. Other areas lose out. So we need to do something different.
Any other final thoughts, final words? All right. Well, it was a robust conversation. We know that homelessness is a very challenging and complex topic, and there are a lot of questions and concerns surrounding geographic access and equity. But I think that one thing is certain, and that's if we allocate $0, we will get zero solutions. And so I'm not expecting 2 million solutions out of $2 million, but I am hoping that we can at least get some meaningful progress on this challenging issue. And thank you so much, Director Rivera, for taking the time to provide information. I really appreciate that. So with that, we will be taking a break. So we can reconvene shortly after 11 o'clock. And at that point, since we are about an hour late for public comment, we will go ahead and take public comment on this time before moving to the remaining items on our budget allocation request form. So thanks so much, everyone. I will see you in 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, good. Or still morning, everyone. Jamie, if we can please take down our temporary slide. Thank you so much. And Chair Hopkins. Sorry about that. Now, Chair Hopkins, you should be able to unmute and begin.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So we will segue into public comment specifically on this item, which is we are looking at our budget. So I would ask if any members of the public are present in person and would like to address the board. Thank you so much. We have confirmed that there are no members of the public present in the chambers. So Marcy, I would ask you to inquire as to whether there are any members of the public who would wish to speak on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Karen, for public comment.
And because we did afford an opportunity to speak yesterday as well, we will be limiting these ones to 90 seconds, please.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins.
Hey, and Karen, I don't think they're hearing you. I'm not seeing the screen light up on your headphones there. All right, sorry about that. So just one moment. Thank you, everybody. If there's anybody in Zoom who would like to comment on the budget hearings, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9. And if we can have that timer slide for 90 seconds, please. Thank you. All right, and if our first individual can please unmute and state your name.
Hi. Excuse me, that was a dryer. My name is Kelsey Barrow, and I just wanted to speak on the budget specifically again. I was happy to hear the discussion just now from some of the board members about the urgent need to get funding into shelters and services for the unhoused, including safe parking. I completely agree that there is absolutely no time to wait, and that programs have to be started, funded, changed, anything we can at this time, and that we shouldn't be thinking in terms of the minimum, but in terms of the maximum. I even am wondering whether, the funds are the maximum amount we could put. We see continually housing services like that be a very, very small portion of our budget. And I also just want to say that I'm wondering about the funding for the sheriff, and how that has been made clear what it's going to. And I know that the board doesn't have direct control over that, but where is the transparency on those issues, and whether we can really take funding from enforcement and put it back into the community and sort of solve the problems before they get to the point at which incarceration and punitive systems like that are necessary, because we know that they really aren't about helping, they're about hurting people. Thank you.
All right, and before we close public comment, if there's anyone else who'd like to comment on the budget hearings, you would raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone attendee. Okay, one moment. Okay, please state your name.
Thank you. This is Kathleen Posey, Public Defender. I just want the board to know that I fully support language access to all county departments. That would include our department, the Public Defender's Office, as well as my support for non-congregate shelter sites and safe parking sites for many of our community members. And thirdly, any and all jail programs that can be initiated by the sheriff for our community members who are incarcerated. Thank you very much.
Okay, and seeing no additional hands, that will conclude public comment for today.
Thank you so much, Marcy. So I will bring it back to the Board of Supervisors to continue deliberations. We just addressed item C07, which was the non-congregate shelter sites and safe parking options and general homelessness needs. And that brings us to C08, which is the septic infrastructure mapping. And so just a little bit of background on this one. Currently, we have a position in the CAO's office held by Alicia Laughlin, who focuses on the total maximum daily load implementation for the Russian River. It is actually funded specifically out of 5th District TMDL specific funds. But honestly, she's increasingly been doing countywide work because, as it turns out, the TMDL that was enacted by the Regional Water Board for the Russian River impacts all 5 supervisorial districts. And the way that it's defined actually casts a very broad net over unincorporated residents, and also actually some city issues as well, in that our MOU also calls out homelessness and visitor impacts and other impacts beyond septic systems. So the request here is really to take a countywide approach at looking at where the TMDL compliance issues are and what solutions we might have. This is actually going to really go beyond West County, because we actually did receive specific state funding for the Lower Russian River Camp Meeker area, that but you have to meet certain requirements in terms of being a disadvantaged community. So this would actually allow us to take a countywide look and move beyond West County at all of the areas that are impacted by the TMDL to explore solutions. Solutions could mean extension of existing sewer systems. It could, in partnership with kind of, development restrictions. It could include community septic systems or upgrades. And so the idea would be to hire a consultant to do this work and then present the findings to the full Board of Supervisors. And it could also facilitate LAFCO processes if indeed annexation into sewer districts is an option. So that's kind of some of the background. So it would be a one-time funding and not an ongoing need to assist with compliance for the total maximum daily load. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, one question I have. First of all, I'm supportive. This is a huge lift, and as we know, we thought it was really going to be focused on the Russian River, but now it's greatly expanding. And then the septic ad hoc, kind of there was the discussion as it bled into that about how many systems currently throughout the county. But the other question I had is that is it going? Do you hope that this will be able to identify opportunities for sewer in specific areas? And do you have some specific areas you'd want to look at because we've talked about, the system in Larkfield, Wickiup, that with the water agency, we were able to post-fire connect up all those areas. And then there's been some discussions that you and I have had with the water agency, and I'd want to make sure that this helps accelerate those as well, bigger solutions.
That would be precisely the goal of these funds. And the other goal of these funds would really be to lay the informational groundwork and begin the planning to be able to access state dollars that we know are available to implement these kinds of projects. It's ultimately a state regulation that we are complying with. And so the state has committed to financial assistance, but we need more information to determine what those solutions could be.
Cool.
One-time funding. Listen, all right. I'm seeing nodding heads for this one. Okay, so that is approved, and the dairy drought subsidy was addressed in May by the full board, so we don't need to consider item C09. C10, the radio station antenna lease. Was this addressed as part of the PG&E funds, or do we need to address this one separately. And I also was wondering a little more information because I know that Transportation and Public Works has been working on radio station sort of antennae and trying to create backup systems. So have you been able to access that as well, Supervisor Warren? And do you still need these funds?
Probably KSVY, small station in Sonoma Valley, has been working on an antenna to extend their emergency communications and elsewhere for about 10 years. Now we've been working with General Services and Permit Sonoma on soils testing to get the antenna up and running. So it looks like we're on the countdown, but there was some leasing involved, and it's primarily for emergency communications. So we will need small amount of ongoing funds plus, I guess, a one-time fund of 30,000.
If I may weigh in on the ongoing, another option, which was in the response, because of the emergency use of the radio, the board could make a finding under the government code to waive kind of fair market value and just charge the amount. I think it's 12,000 a year that they can afford. So then that way you're not identifying, additional money that would just probably go initially into general services, but then flow back as fund balance.
And that works for me.
I support waiving the fees to provide a critical service to your community. Is that a solution that the board supports? Supervisor Abbott.
I'm just, is it a public station and is the antenna only for emergency
It's
use?
a public station, but why it's really important is the fact that they've experienced a number of power and shutdowns, and the communications from the center core of the county don't necessarily extend or are not relevant for the information in Sonoma Valley and further south.
Okay.
So do we have board majority support?
And
on
we
that?
are they are co-locating the antenna at the same location as the sheriff's antenna on the mountain just north of the raceway.
So it's county-owned infrastructure, and so we would be collecting the funds. And
yeah,
great. Is everyone thumbs up on that, or majority? Great. I just want to acknowledge that all of our rural and incorporated communities have unique communications needs. And so I think we really need to look to the local community to support the efforts that they find most valuable during a disaster. And so I think this is a great item. I think waiving the fee is a great way to address it. CEO Bratton?
Yes, for clarification, there's a second item for the one-time $30,000. So just want to get clarity on the $30,000.
And that's really to facilitate the installation costs?
I believe so. It was a month or two ago that we clarified this, but yes, it really was soils testing and a number of other expenses that they incurred in order to put the antenna up.
Do we have support for the one-time infrastructure request for this item? I am seeing nodding heads. And I would just say, I don't think we need to create a whole program around this, but if there are other needs that pop up in other communities, I would say feel free to bring that kind of a thing, forward as a contingency request or a minute order or whatever, because I think this is a great project and I look forward to supporting it. Okay, so we have approved the one-time cost and we will look at a fee waiver for ongoing. Now we are transitioning to item.
So a question for that, the fee waiver, then that's something that I move forward with on a yearly basis for the fee waiver for this?
We would address it in the lease
You'll
agreement.
just
So we'll bring the
automatically do
lease
it.
to the board, make the finding, and then it's in the lease.
Okay, great. And so I would assume that, well, we take care of it then to cover the cost of the leasing. Is that what you're saying?
It's new revenue to the county, the lease. So the market lease is 19,000. But what they can afford is 12,000. So what I was suggesting is give up the differential as new revenue and
Just
accept the
ongoing.
12,000.
Okay, good, thank you.
Great. Wonderful. So then we are moving on to the community requests. We do have a request with respect to archiving and the inventorying and rehousing of county records at Los Guilicos, a one-time cost of $140,000. Do we see thumbs up and nodding heads around this one?
I just want to ask, I understand, I think Supervisors Corsi and Gorin have been in conjunction. I got a call from the folks at the library who said that they would, if we were able to put that money in, they'd be able to put some money in too, to help support the move of it over to, I think the location is where the Farm Bureau is currently housed, but I just wanted to concur that we're going to put this money towards it, but we also want to link with them and see if you'd heard the same thing from the library.
And Supervisor Corsi is going to talk about this.
Yeah. I think that we're all supportive of protecting the archives. And I support this request. It has been evolving, unfortunately, and it's one of these things that we've had offers from representatives of the library to match the money. We've had suggestions about where the archives could go. I think it's one of these things that needs to be worked out after we put the money forward. I hope we will do that and then let staff figure out how it's going to work. My understanding is the library will take care of managing the archives, moving the archives, protecting the archives. They're looking for us to help pay for the space to store the archives in. So it needs some work on figuring out what the agreement is, and I hope we can allocate the money and let that work take place.
I would encourage any conversations that you might have to work with Supervisor Corsi, who is trying to herd the cats, both in the county and with the library and the Historical Records Commission.
I'm happy to.
If we
not
approve
take
that,
on
I
all
wonder
the-
what
all
he's
the
going
herding
to
duties.
advise for us to go to you on next. I encourage.
Yeah.
He and I have been working closely on this.
For sure.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, this has been around for a while, so I'm glad that we're taking it up. My only concern is I had a conversation, and a couple of the real advocates have been down my way. And I know one of a historian who believes that everything in the archive is of valuable historic significance. Even the mundane county records, for research purposes, get you answers on, some event or something that you're looking up. And then when I had my conversation with my county library commissioner, they talked about an 85-15 split, that 85% of the archives was really county material and 15 was, I assume that must be the historic piece. And I know this seems to be an issue with the current library director. And I think philosophically, we have to figure out, are the archives as a whole historic, important documents that need to be in one spot? Or is it just a negotiating ploy of having a 85-15 split? So I just throw that out there. I do think that we need to put money forward, but I think we have to have a better conversation about what it is, whose roles and responsibilities are out there, because I think it'll go sideways pretty quickly.
Absolutely, and that's part of the evolution of this thing that I've been talking about.
And I would also suggest that it's not just county records, but it's the city of Santa Rosa records as well. So it gets even more complicated. And if you haven't had an opportunity to go through the archives at Los Guilicos, you would be amazed at how beautiful the calligraphy is from the clerk, even a few years ago. So we expect you to handwrite this, Darren.
All right. So I am seeing that we are happy with the 140,000, and we are even happier that Supervisor Corsi is handling this all on his own. And you have our support.
Well, we're working together.
Okay.
on
And
it.
Supervisor Gorin, running point. All right. So that brings us to the next community request, which is Council on Aging Meals on Wheels, which is an ongoing request, but we only have one-time funding available, and this one is for $250,000. Supervisor Corsi as our representatives.
Another evolving request that's now $100,000. It's asked for on an ongoing basis. We don't have any ongoing money left. I think that this is something that we can talk about with the ARPA process later on this year. But I would request the $100,000 from one-time sources today.
Hey, it came in at 250. Now it's 100. Are we Supervisor Rabbit?
This all every year. This used to come back. I think it was solicited, and it would come back to us. And then every year we talk about, because they're not the only agency in the county providing meals. It's Petaluma People Services, who usually don't ask. But then if Council on Aging is going to receive funds, why wouldn't we also put funds into the other agency that's providing the same service? So however it comes back, can we look at it in totality? Because it's a countywide program, and we need to make sure that everyone has the same opportunities.
And similarly, we have other mic drop.
Sorry, Darren.
So Supervisor Rabbit, would you support the $100,000 one-time request? And then when it comes back for ARPA, that we really have that countywide conversation, because we've got a number of active entities in West County as well, and I know elsewhere in the community. Great.
And Sonoma Valley as well. The question or the conversation we should have is, we have given a lot of the organizations a ton of money through COVID, and the need is great, but the demand has grown and the availability of funding has been somewhat generous. And so it may be time to take a little pause and say, let's analyze what's really going on here.
And I would suggest that perhaps the COVID after action report would be a good place to have that conversation, because we do have the data and the money that was expended on the meal service provision, which I think was absolutely critical for the duration of the pandemic. Supervisor Rabbit?
I agree. And I was just going to add again, this is one of those things that's difficult for obviously a single organization to pull out of their ongoing budget. They see a source of revenue. It was put there at one time for probably good reason, because it was needed that particular year. And then it just gets built in. And like you said, there are many other organizations that are providing similar services that are not asking for money because they haven't built that into their budgets. And I think, again, we need to either wean or include, but to kind of be in the middle is an awkward spot.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with all that too.
Great.
Forgive me, I don't know the history of all this. But I agree with taking a holistic look at the thing.
And Supervisor Corsi, you and I will have an opportunity to talk about this with our Health and Human Safety Net. What should we be talking about? Should we look for funding for senior meals or community meals and nutrition holistically for the county? So it might be a good topic of conversation for us.
Sure.
I think that's a great idea.
So
thumbs
through
up
the
on
chair.
100,000 one time, and then bringing back ARPA conversations. Or sorry, Peter, did you want to interject something?
I just was going to quickly respond to one thing and not to belabor the point or extend. I think sounds like there has been a decision. I just did want to note that we have in fact made ongoing funding available towards this need. So in the current fiscal year 21-22 budget, there is $205,000 of county general fund going to this program and $45,000 to the Petaluma People Services based on a solicitation that was put out by Human Services and the response to that and those awards. So this is additional to the ongoing funding that has been allocated in the past, and is really replacing a loss of federal funding.
A microphone. So the question remains, thank you, Peter, for the information. So we have ongoing funding to meet this request. Do we need to allocate the additional 100,000?
And Peter, it sounds like there was a loss of federal funding, which is what precipitated this request. I do recall, I think it was my first year on the board, Catholic Charities faced something similarly, where there was, I think, a $500,000 cut to that maybe it was state funding at that time. And so we provided one-time funding with the idea that that would allow them to better plan for the future. I would be open to that kind of a solution today, but I would want to draw the line in the sand that we don't plan to, continue ongoing revenue to replace the federal loss, and that we would rather take a countywide perspective on food service provision. Personally, I don't know where everyone else is, and maybe Supervisor
Yeah.
Corsi as the
I'm fine with
representative.
that. And, I honestly don't have the background on this, why it was reduced from 250 to 100. It may be what Peter is talking about. I don't know. So I'm fine with what you're proposing, Chair Hopkins.
But I would, just for Supervisor Corsi's benefit, we've had this board request for supplemental for Meals on Wheels, I think every year for the past maybe decade. And so it is time to think about why we're having a special request for one organization every year.
Well, it's Peter, pardon.
If I may respond to that, that's what we tried to resolve, I think 2 years ago in the budget, where the board directed, okay, we're just going to make this ongoing for all agencies, $250,000 a year, and then Human Services will do the procurement process and allocate it. So that's why they have 205 for this year. And then the other agency, Petaluma People Services, has the remaining 45. Now they're coming, Council on Aging is coming to us and saying, we have a unique challenge because we weren't able to fundraise because of COVID. So we're asking for another 250 one time, although it says ongoing. So we've already given kind of the program area meals 250 of ongoing general fund in Human Services budget.
Supervisor Gorin?
And I would just say, and I'm totally sympathetic for that. But as I said before, there's series, there's food for thought, there's organizations in Sonoma Valley, all have received funding for a senior nutrition and meals through COVID funding. So it's not that I'm anti-Council on Aging and Petaluma People Services. They're incredible. But I sometimes bristle by a one-of request when the need is countywide.
So I think our question today is, do we offer one-time funding, or do we just have this conversation during the ARPA deliberations, knowing that we have funded them for the year? And for instance, they could potentially front load that funding if there's a more urgent need. And then as the community opens up, they would have an ability to fundraise. Supervisor Rabbit, Supervisor Corsi, as our
Pleasure of the board. I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with that as well. I just wanted to say that I do believe, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but there are only the two agencies that provide that certain senior. There's a lot of other agencies doing that. They might be attracting other funding sources, but as I understand, there was two agencies that are a countywide, cover the entire county. And one of them is Petaluma People Services. The other is Council on Aging.
All right. So are we leaning towards the one time or the ARPA? Because I had both of those and you're like, I'm fine with that, but which one? ARPA?
ARPA.
Okay. So bring this conversation back during ARPA. Okay. And if again, there's some kind of an absolutely urgent need where they're going to shutter their doors, then we could always, look at other solutions at that time. Okay. The last request we have is from the Early Learning Institute, an investment in early childhood education, playroom renovation, and early childhood mental health community education, a one-time request of $87,000.
I mean, personally, I don't know if there's a immediate need, but I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I want to have through upstream, come back through ARPA, through a process. So I don't know enough about it to dive into the need right now, but I think that's exactly the kind of thing we want to see with the social determinants of health, but we want to see really give direction and have this come back. So I'd want to put it into that process.
And I would agree with that. I think when I saw this request, I said, so can we quantify the needs for these kind of programs and the supplemental across the county, I'm sure they're enormous.
So revisit this one at ARPA as well? Okay. All right. So that brings us through our budget adjustment tool. And I would look to the CAO and to the budget team of Peter and Natalie to walk us through any remaining decisions or direction that is needed from the board.
Can I get an update? I know Supervisor Rabbit, you were interested in the subsidy for dairy. Did we quantify a need for that, or where did we leave that
It was met.
conversation?
Yeah, that was the 400,000 that we put towards the production well. It's not going to be a complete, hopefully we're going to get grant funding for that, but that kickstarts the program.
So it's 400,000?
It was 400,000, yeah.
Okay.
And actually, I apologize. Before I turn it back to the CEO's team, I knew there were a number of outstanding items that the board wanted to discuss. So currently we have 1.8 million of PG&E and 736,000 of one-time with the allocations that we have made. I know that Supervisor Gore wished to talk about procurement. Are there other outstanding items that we would like to consider or to bring back for future discussion?
The only other one I'd mentioned was Sonoma Secure Families and kind of an update on that. So,
anything else from members of the board before we dive into topics?
Well, I really wanted to thank a couple of the board members for their information requests, talking about how we work with the Sheriff's Department on potential training or any other policy direction or human resources training we can provide to decrease the use of violence and potentially decrease the liability insurance incurred by the Sheriff's Department. And because I read through that information request and thinking about that, this is something that the board needs to focus on, but we can't do it in isolation. It really is a discussion with the sheriff. And when we want to bring the discussion regarding the adult detention facility and North County facilities back, maybe we can have that conversation to figure out what the board can do to help our law enforcement respond to whether it's cahoots or training. And I can't speculate that, but I'm willing to entertain the discussion.
And my understanding is that this was a conversation that was going to come back around Measure O funding and sort of, providing a briefing also on what efforts are during the cities. If we're thinking about cahoots, would that be an appropriate time to discuss that?
And I'm comfortable with that. It doesn't need to be a specific budget request, but I just wanted to put it out there that it's important that we talk about it.
Great. Thank you very much. So we will, and CAO Bratton, can I confirm that what would be the appropriate board meeting for that? Would it be when the Measure O comes out?
Yes, August 31st.
Great. Perfect. So on the calendar, and I look forward to that conversation. Supervisor Rabbit?
I'm just looking at the screen. Was that the number that we all had agreed to on the eucalyptus tree removal fund?
I can speak to that briefly.
Okay.
So in total, I heard $2.5 million, $2 million coming from PG&E and 500,000 from the available balance in permit Sonoma. This is showing up a little bit funny here because the two line items above were also funded. So these specific projects were funded. And so if I take those guys and then I scroll down and I take the rest, we should get to the 2.5 million.
Okay, that was my
And we get
question.
there.
Thank you for that.
Great. Anyone else have any topics that they want to discuss before we dive into procurement and secure families?
I have one, which is, and I don't know how detailed the board wants to get into it, but did anybody else go through the fund balances? It's just, there's questions in there about implementation. I don't think it's, I don't want to get into overall direction and things. Maybe I'll follow up with staff as appropriate, but I'm going through and it's like the 562,000 for district formation. We ask questions about that, right? We have 460,000 for small water systems, which is really for loans. And we can follow up with Johannes and Transportation Public Works about that. There's, I believe the $808,000 in permit Sonoma is what we pulled 500 off of. The cannabis program has 2.7 million into it. So my understanding is that, probably will be funding the EI. I know we talked about the EIR, but the EIR out of that, right? So there's just like when I went through these, there was a couple more, but
So-
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole.
If I may make a suggestion, and that would be after lunch today, I think
Okay.
it's very appropriate to go
Yeah.
through any questions on the fund balance and pull staff in to make sure we're not just kind of on the fly making
Yeah.
assumptions. I don't want you to walk away with an assumption that ends up being.
I would like it. I mean, it gets back, the PEG that talked about a year ago, right? I'd love an update on what you analyzed with the PEG funds. That's $3.2 million still. If it couldn't have been used towards language access, like I think Supervisor Hopkins tried a couple of years ago, I'm wondering, since it is focused on, cable and public access, if that could be a fund used towards broadband development, like match with the state. A lot of them are not, I mean, a lot of them I'm just like, oh, no, don't need to go through that. Don't need to go through that. But personally, I have like 3 or 4 that I'd love to go through and just to ask questions on after lunch.
Supervisor Rabbit?
And perhaps with that discussion, because I think it's, as I heard earlier, typically funds are collected the one year, expended the next. But within the revenue funds, it talks about the balance, but it doesn't talk about the anticipated expenditure for the year. So it may be deceiving what the balance is, because obviously there's $1 billion in here, but there's some hundreds of millions that are going to be spent this year. Am I wrong, Peter?
You are not completely wrong. You're not completely right either.
Pretty good for
no,
me.
This is based on looking at the recommended budget and the I forget if it was the Q2 or the Q3 estimates that fed into this. So what this does attempt to look at what will be spent this year, what will be spent next year, but it's very much tied to the budget.
Yeah.
And in particular, you do have some funds, some of the capital projects funds, for example, certainly at the water agency, where you end up getting a lot of funding rebudgeted from year to year. And so that can throw off what those balances looked like. And then there were also places where those adjustments were made in the supplemental adjustments, or any adjustments made at budget hearing today that would not have been included within those. So, for example, if any of the self-funded program change requests drew on fund balance in one of these funds, or even if they did not, if they drew on ongoing funds, but those funds were not anticipated to have been spent in the recommended budget, that would adjust those numbers down.
Can I jump in?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Some of them are revenue, and I don't want to get into that, but there's other ones that, like, for instance, if you look at the CDC one, which talks about the county fund for housing, I mean, in it, it says that about $9.5 million is available for budgeting on the county fund for housing, as 13 million is tied up in loan portfolio assets. Like, I mean, I didn't know that we had, I mean, one of the things we've talked about is a county fund for housing. But there's a lot of CDC ones that are some of them are pass through. That one doesn't look like it's pass through, but maybe an appropriate thing is once we get Mr. Kiff on board is to have him come and brief the board too. But I mean, a couple of those look like they have, just money. The other question, and this isn't my district specific, but there's $1.4 million that are for elevating flood-prone structures. I don't know.
And
if
we're
you're-
aware of that, and
okay,
we
cool.
use that all the time. I mean,
just-
it's a CDC fund
Yeah,
that
totally.
gets drawn down over time.
And so
and
I
we
don't have
process
I just mean,
applications.
I don't know if anybody has others, but I would like to ask a few questions after lunch. Not a lot.
Okay. And I would also say, I mean, all due respect to the budget team, like, this is the one thing that I keep on my desk year round, because it's
Yeah.
actually a great resource. I mean,
Yeah.
I track all of the lighting districts, funding in my district. aggregate mining funds. You know, I will probably bring forward at some point later this year a request for using district formation funds because I'm working with community groups who want to create a district in the lower Russian River. So I think it's a great thing that we don't necessarily need to go into it all during budget. We can ask those questions and dive into the information. And then those can always come back before the board as available sources of funding if you find an appropriate use. So it's another way of looking at it. But I look forward to answering those questions after lunch. So Supervisor Gore, did you want to touch on anything else with respect to procurement or secure families?
Well, the big thing is that I'm interested, I mean, I would want to propose an appropriate amount of money for us to have an analysis come back to us on procurement. And I'd love for us to consider linking up with other cities as a part of that and looking at it as a policy call with cities and special districts. And what are we doing in this world of procurement? What are the, when I say this is that I personally have looked in and seen that for like local, for local hire benefits, I mean, we have like a 5% kicker on if the total cost is, but we went through this with like EDB in areas where we'll be hiring companies in Oklahoma to do our websites because their mortgage is $1,000, right, as opposed to $3,000. And I think what it doesn't account for, I mean, I don't want to increase the cost of all of our contracts, but what it doesn't account for is our money going locally and being spent back in our community and hiring folks. On the other side, I know I've had a lot of conversations with Alegria about our ways that we increase diversity, equity, inclusion into our local areas. There are some constitutional issues there in California Constitution. We're not allowed to create like what is in the federal government, which was underneath my authority, was called OSDBU, the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. But there are ways to incentivize that kind of approach. And what that does is that loops into it more of the living wage discussion as opposed to an outsource. I've also, procurement, let's be real, on the public work side, that's why we get lobbied on PLAs, right? But one of the things that I've been interested is I don't want to bring up a PLA policy, but one thing I am interested in is local hiring, and living wages and and those things. So there's a lot here, and I don't think we knee jerk our way into it. I just would want enough money set aside for like a KPMG report kind of style thing that says, here's what we see in different jurisdictions around the state legally. Here's ways that we could look into it, and here's how we could link with other jurisdictions in our community. So I might be looking back for like Caroline Judy to kind of advise on that. And then with respect to the Sonoma Secure Families, I'd love to hear from maybe Alegria or maybe County Council, however that's Bob, whatever the lead is on that. But what's the need going forward? We've made a commitment up until now on it. I've, with the creation of the Office of Equity, continue to kind of track it. We could also bring that back as a part of our pillar from the strategic plan, but I'd love to get some thoughts on those two things.
Yeah. And just, one thing, I am not normally the stickler for process, but I really appreciate that we have kind of had discipline with respect to reviewing all of the requests that came through. I guess my request is, I think these are great things to dive into. And I'm wondering if we, for instance, took the remaining one-time funding that we have available, put that into contingencies, and then bring this back for the board.
100%.
Because I don't want to just pick a random number of
100%.
procurement. What is that? Is it 300 grand? Is it 100 grand? I mean, I think these are
We're on the
fantastic
same
things to
page.
calendar into the remainder of the year.
Put them into one-time direction is consider those as priorities for contingencies if there's, to bring those back. Thank you.
All right. How do folks feel about that? Try to stick to our rules and. Great. Perfect. And so my promise is that I will work with the CAO and the vice chair to look at the remaining calendar for the year to sort of figure out when we could bring back a conversation around procurement. And also I think that Sonoma Secure Families is a great thing to talk about through the racial equity and social justice pillar, and would love to incorporate that into the strategic plan process. And then we also have the $5 million already set aside for that. So that's also a potential source of funding. Is that good with everybody? All right. Great. So what are we missing, CAO Bratton?
So I think Mr. Brulin would like to share with the board what we heard about the waterfall provision in the fund balance just to make sure we're hearing it correctly. And then I don't know if there's anything else we need to do before lunch today. So, Peter.
Thank you. Natalie, if you want to stop sharing your screen, I'll just throw up one slide quickly.
I have
just
it if
take
you
me
need
1
it.
second. I apologize.
Do you want me to grab it, Peter?
I have it up. I'm just old and slow.
It's a big file, I think.
I assume you're referring to your computer and not yourself, right?
No, I definitely am feeling older and slower as this hearing goes along. So just very quickly, this is not the final language that will go into the resolution. We will work with council to make sure that we have the appropriate resolution language to make sure this is implicated. But we did want to discuss the waterfall and what we would be saying for fund balance up to the 12.5, the first 5 million will go to the strategic plan. So again, this is in addition to the 6 million. So 6 million was programmed and is not going to show up as fund balance at this point. This is the center. For any additional funding beyond that will be moved to contingencies, and we will return to the board and report out to the board at Q1's consolidated budget adjustments. So that is our recommendation for the process. And we feel like the Q1 adjustments are a good time for us to bring that back. That's often when we bring back some of our end of the year items, year-end items, and ties it within that process.
That was my recollection of the conversation. So everyone a thumbs up on that. I also think that then that, Q1 CBA, and once we're aware of how much money we have in contingencies, that's when some of these other issues that, came up. We're also going to be looking at veterans halls. Are there additional needs there? There was some conversation earlier. That's when we can think about programming any additional funds or unmet needs in departments that suddenly arise. And actually, I do recall, and Supervisor Rabbit, you had mentioned this to me, of needs regarding the clerk recorder assessor, which might be worth mentioning. Would you like to share that?
Yeah, and it goes to, I just think that as we go forward with the new state mandate, and granted, we don't know what it will entail right now, but that's because, quite frankly, the clerk recorder assessor is catching up on the year's business. But at some point, the Prop 19 workload will hit, and she won't have the means to carry it out. And I just think that we need to make sure that we set something aside. And I know that the budget request that was sent in and wasn't forwarded was 952-ish. So if there's even if there's one-time money of perhaps half that amount or some portion of that, depending on when that would get implemented, I just think it should be recognized that we might have to expend those dollars, whether it's contingency or whatever. I think I don't think it's good policy to say that, well, we're not going to deal with that, because we don't have a choice as far as I know.
So I think the best way for the board to acknowledge that and deal with that is, one, we didn't spend any of our contingency. So we have 5 million plus whatever's left, 700,000 that's going to flow in there. And then the waterfall likely will produce several million. So I think as long as we keep it front and center along with the jail population, that's the other issue we're keeping our eyes on, that contingencies are there to address those issues.
Great. So I would flag that as an item to come back to us in that sort of quarterly budget update, or at an appropriate time. I would look forward to having that conversation, as well as the conversation around procurement, translation services, secure families, veterans halls. Am I missing anything that we identified as hot topics?
No, but refresh my memory regarding funding for the general plan update. I know that we've been working on accruing some funds hither and yon, and I'm wondering if that's something that we need to discuss this year to contribute to the accrual for funds to spur that along.
I'm going to ask Peter or Natalie, I believe that's in a BIR, some information about that. Or Ms. Christina Rivera may be
just a minute to grab that.
Excellent question. Thank you for bringing that up, because I remember back when that was supposed to be Supervisor Gore's year as chair before he got fire recovery instead, right? That wasn't that the plan was launching the general plan. Whole calendar. Back in the good old days.
If we have some funding, we may actually see the beginning of that.
So Christina Rivera.
Hello, Cristina Rivera here again. I'm sorry, I did not hear the question. I was writing a note on Sonoma Family Funds.
Supervisor Warren?
Thanks for noting that on the Secure Families Fund. My question was regarding funding for the general plan update. And I know that we've been sort of thinking about adding some funding and making it available if and when that comes forward next year, right, Director Wick? But I'm wondering if we need to think about adding some more funding to that so that it's doable, we can finance it.
I'm sure Director Wick will help me address your question. The general plan update has in the past come to you as a reference of something in the range of, I think, between $4 and $7 million, some large amount. But in my conversations with Director Wick and his staff, my recommendation is that we use the current available funding that we have as part of what we call a planning administration fee to scope out the general plan project and then come back to you with a more defined request for funding. Because what is true is that whether it's 4 million or 7 million, we do not have that level of money at this time. We did complete budget information requests with that information, and I'm sure that's exactly what Peter's trying to pull out.
And I did find that a request. It is BIR number 16.
And could you remind us how much we indicate through the help of PRMD that is currently available on hand?
Certainly. So there is currently, or there is estimated that by the end of 21-22, there will be about $1 million on hand. That funding, according to the BIR, will be used for the initial scoping of the project, which will further refine what the final ask needs to be. It is estimated, according to the BIR, that it will cost between 5 and 7 million in total. So there will be an additional probably 4 to 6 million needed at some point. But there is funding to begin that scoping and to begin refining what that ask is.
Thank you. We may want to put an asterisk on that. I know in the next year or two, we're going to have some big ticket items, some big ticket asks coming forward, the funding for Behavioral Health Center, as well as the funding for the completion of the general plan. And if we do have, air quote, she says, available funds this year, we might want to think about making a contribution now rather than waiting.
All right. Any more questions or comments, or can we move to a formal straw vote on everything that we have discussed for the past couple of days? And then I ask because we've got lunch waiting for us also. All right.
So through the chair, one last question. I'm not sure if you were comfortable with my description of the FEMA audit reserve before. If you want to see the actual text, I can show you the text, or if you're comfortable with how I described it, that's fine.
The text would be great. Thank you.
So this is the revised text. You can see the red line showing revisions to the FEMA audit reserve policy, specifying when staff will return. I don't believe it complies with Supervisor Gore's plain language requirements, but perhaps if otherwise will be okay.
Do you have an average syllable count per word on that one? All right. Is everyone thumbs up on that? That is great. Thank you so much, Peter.
And I have one quick question. Since we're going to be talking about fund balance after lunch, I wanted to make sure that everybody who wanted hard copies of that got it. So it'd be great if I knew how many to print, since it is quite a few pages. I don't know if some people have already printed them. And otherwise I can just print a hard copy of the fund balance directory for everybody.
I believe all 5 of us got it yesterday.
Okay, great.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. With that, I would ask if Marcy wanted to lead us in a roll call straw vote.
Excuse me,
Supervisor
Hopkins.
Corsi? Yes.
I just wanted to ask if Supervisor Gore and talking about putting some money now toward the general plan, we've zeroed out one time. Are you suggesting taking some money from PG&E? I just wanted to find out if that's what your proposal is.
Well, unless Peter has a better idea of where $5 million will come from over the next 2 years, we may consider making an allocation from PG&E because some of the general plan update will have to do with climate change adaptation, which could be really connected to PG&E settlements. So I would feel comfortable with that. But I'm taking direction, I guess, from Cheryl and Peter and maybe Director Wick on the best way of moving forward.
So one possibility would be to roll this into the discussion that we have around the remaining year-end fund balance. So when that item returns, if we are rolling that forward, this could be one of we could add it to the list along with the secure families and procurement and some of those other items as one of the items to look at that point. But certainly if the board wanted to set aside some of the PG&E funds towards it that are available at this time, we could do that as well.
So I'm personally very comfortable with the idea of looking at how much we have from the year-end fund balance. I'm very committed to funding the general plan update. And I think it's a key priority. As the CAO mentioned, we may have actually a couple or a few more $1 million that come into the contingencies as a result of that waterfall. And so then we'd be able to better determine what portion do we want to allocate to that versus from PG&E funds. And we kind of look at the totality of the one-time funding that we have available. And then also the other needs, translation services,
And that will be coming forward this afternoon or?
No, in
later?
the quarterly budget update,
Okay.
what is the date of that for?
So that usually comes in October. It's after we've closed the books and departments have had a chance to make adjustments for initial things that maybe they needed to adjust after the budget was adopted.
Thank you, Peter. And I'm comfortable with that suggestion because it's not pressing now that we put money in for the general fund, but probably in the fall it might be.
And I think having just a big picture of what funds available we have
Right.
might really aid us in determining the allocation. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to make mention, Christina was kind enough to talk about the visitor center. That is a countywide incorporated and unincorporated. But I think the dollar amount was what was there previously when it was eligible for everyone, correct? So we're good to go. I just want to make sure that everyone knew that, that it's.
So it's inclusive, and that is the correct amount for an inclusive, incorporated and unincorporated. Is that
It's what
correct?
it was previously. So if it was enough then, it should be enough going forward. Is that correct?
You know,
That
you know
is
that-
correct. That is
Yeah.
correct. And the reason we defaulted to our response that is the unincorporated areas, because your policy indicates that unincorporated located entities would get priority. However, the amounts that we have talked about does include current participants from the cities. Petaluma, Sebastopol, Windsor, Healdsburg, and also even the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Are we ready for the? Oh,
Chambers and visitor centers? You mentioned visitor centers. Is
Yes.
that inclusive of all of them?
yes.
Okay. I just didn't know we ever funded, I don't mean this in a good or bad way, but chambers like within the districts, within the cities.
I think Windsor got it.
I don't
I think
know.
they started,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's right. I did.
Because it's the application process that has allowed us to maximize, because at times you don't have enough in the unincorporated area in terms of membership participants, that you have had the kindness to extend it to cities if you have capacity and if you haven't yet met your unincorporated area needs.
It was kind of a waterfall, right? Almost where,
it's like
yeah. You fill up the unincorporated bucket and then it flows over into the cities.
Well, I remember now. I mean, like for Windsor, it's for Windsor to service the unincorporated area around Windsor is when it was. But anyways,
Right. And your board's
Still item-
policy has recognized that oftentimes you have visitors that come to a city and they get referred to amenities in the unincorporated area. So everybody works collaboratively, I guess, that way.
Speak now or forever hold your peace. Going once, going twice. Okay, if we can go ahead and move forward with a roll call straw vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
yeah.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you all so much for your amazing work. I know that the budget team has been like busy bees updating things and working, overnight to make sure that we were prepared for today. So I really, really appreciate all of your work and look forward to lunch first, and then after lunch, diving into a little bit of the various fund balances. So thank you so much. And we will take an hour for lunch, maybe. So let's say 1:15 we will return.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to ask to have the slides taken down. Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, we're ready to resume. Supervisor Hopkins, if you're speaking, we're not hearing you in Zoom.
We do hear you, Marcy.
Thanks. Supervisor Hopkins, we weren't hearing you if you were talking. Can you try again to speak into the microphone?
I didn't have my microphone on, so I was trying to speak. Wonderful. Are we good?
Good to go.
Great. Thank you so much, Marcy. So we have taken our straw vote on our budget allocations that we look forward to bringing back and accepting further public comment on Friday morning. But we do have some questions regarding fund balances, and I believe Supervisor Gore would like to lead this off.
Sorry, Marcy. Okay, final last day. I just have a few questions about the fund balances, so I wanted to go through a few of these. The first one is, and I just question for the county administrator: do you want to do you want to try and address these with staff, or do you want us to call them like the whoever the department head is, who might be on, to kind of go through it as well?
So first, Peter and the team will try and address it to the extent we can, and then we'll call up the department.
Okay, well then good. So, well, let's just start with one we've discussed before, which is Fund Title 11119, which is PEG access fees reporting $3.2 million. It's in a fund for transportation and public works. As I've learned in my time as a supervisor, there's a lot of these that are tagged with transportation and public works that they have no idea that they exist. So a couple of years ago, Supervisor Hopkins brought this up as a way to potentially look at enhanced communication language access. I'm just interested in, I remember you reported back to the board on the limitations of the funding at one point. Obviously, it's $3.2 million, just kind of wondering where we would want to direct it towards. Obviously, it just, when it talks about restrictions on fund balance can only be used for expenses to support public education and government information for the public's consumption. So any ideas there about how when you investigated where it is and how it's used in other communities?
Yeah, so I'd like to call up.
Yeah, I apologize. Attachment B.
Page 3. Right?
Page 3. And it's the third from the top. You got it? Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you.
So before I ask Michelle Ariano to speak to proposed uses and what we found in other jurisdictions, I did want to let the board know we do have an item coming in July for the CRM system, which is basically a customer response management system, a constituent response management system, which is a pilot tool to track inquiries into permits Sonoma and public works. And the primary purpose of the tool, besides enhanced customer service, is to assist the board and the district offices to keep track of constituent issues. Part of that contract will have a module related to community engagement. So we're going to use some amount of PEG funds to support the software cost associated with that.
Okay.
But Michelle Ariano did some research back in March, I believe, and worked with county council. So I'd like to invite her to share high-level summary of what we learned.
Hey, Cheryl. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Hopkins, members of the board, Michelle Arellano, Administrative Analyst at the County Administrator's Office. Just briefly, PEG funds stands for Public Educational and Governmental Support Fees. The county collects about 1% of gross cable operating revenue, which amounts to about $320,000 a year. The PEG fees are expressly reserved for capital costs for what are called PEG access facilities. And PEG access facilities refer to channel capacity designated for public education and governmental use. And capital costs include building and equipment needed to produce what we call PEG access programming. And so what I learned from other jurisdictions who have used PEG, in addition to our county, very similar to Sonoma County, we've used PEG. A lot of jurisdictions have used PEG to enhance board chambers, audiovisual upgrades, cameras, projectors, microphones, the construction of excuse me, I'm blanking. The control room, we have one down the hall. We've used the PEG fees for that. Other jurisdictions have used the funds for video access facilities and library branches. I know the city of Santa Rosa has. City of San Jose uses it for an educational access channel. It's a channel, I think it's channel 27 in San Jose. Similarly, San Diego also uses it for equipment supporting their city TV program. So those are some examples for uses. As far as other uses that we could consider, Cheryl touched on the civic engagement system, which meets the criteria for use. The implementation costs, just of note, PEG support fees cannot be used for ongoing operational costs. Any staffing, monthly maintenance fees, services and supplies are not allowed. And so, other investments that the board can make, we could use the funds for anything that would enhance the video production of public meetings, board meetings, other commission meetings, and virtual town hall meetings. It could be used for equipment and technology necessary to broadcast news conferences, educational programming, anything that would support programming via the Sonoma County YouTube channel or other multimedia platforms. And so, do you have any questions that I may answer?
If I might add, we could also use it potentially or devote some of it towards the new county administration center, because we're going to be building a new chambers. So that's another opportunity.
Good.
Can I ask a question about that? Thank you, Michelle, for the information. So I'm wanting to know about expenses for our municipal advisory councils, because we televise them and put them on the website of KSVY. And is there, and occasionally we have worked with KSVY for equipment, especially for those meetings. Is it appropriate to think about this fund for that purpose?
Yeah, absolutely. The board may choose to use, as long as it meets the criteria, if it's a capital or equipment expense, it's going to help the streaming of those meetings or the broadcasting of those meetings via channel, it would be an appropriate use.
Okay, and we do virtual town halls with their assistance as well. So thanks so much. We'll keep this in mind.
Supervisor Gorin, this is Cristina Rivera, Assistant County Administrator. I do want to remark and enhance what Ms. Arellano said. Anything that looks, walks, talks, or smells like operational costs will not be eligible for PEG funds.
Great. Thanks for that reminder. And
Thank
I
you.
am reminded that it's for capital equipment. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gore, were you done with your questions?
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. First of all, I really like that you're talking, it's a CRM. Is I believe the acronym we're talking about, a constituent or a customer relation management tool. Obviously, that's something we've talked about for about 4 or 5 years here. And you said that's going to come when?
July
13.
Oh,
13.
13.
And
July 13th.
Consent or
Consent.
so I guess just
It's
we're
a
gonna
pilot.
have something that we can deploy and try in our offices.
Yes.
That's going to, instead of us trying to say, hey, who talked to this person? Who talked to this person? We're going to be able to input in. David Rabbit called complaining about.
Yep. And we're going to work with the district offices and staff as we build
Okay.
the system and launch
That's awesome.
it. And then if it works,
Yeah.
great, we can scale it up to other department issues.
So the only other thing I would say is that with respect to capital costs on equipment, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'm looking at ways to do much more integrated virtual town halls. But I still want to do in person, but do them hybrid options so that I can record them and people can see. Zoom can do it in a lot of ways, but they're, currently the question is do we pay for that with our district funds, or do we use office communications funds right now? Depending on who I do a video with, I'll either be doing it with a teleprompter from emergency management in a video or Gilbert in communications. But I don't know if other supervisors are interested, but I would love to have something that maybe not we all have to have our own, but that we could share that is some kind of projector system set up with microphones and other stuff so that if we do virtual town halls in some way that we could lean on that. And instead of all of us doing something different. That's just one thought.
I would just like to add that we've been having these conversations regarding our municipal advisory council
Mhm.
meetings, and we would
Us
like
too.
to maintain the ability to live stream meetings,
Yep.
even once they're in person, in order to provide greater access for members of the public. And I think the idea of a library that we could check out and pre-reserve would be the way to approach it, because otherwise, if every district has their own, that's, just a waste
Love
of
that.
resources. And I would also add that actually we were interested, and I believe the CEO's office had at some point a limited number of in-person voting things that were somehow technologically linked to a website. Basically it would enable you to poll the audience in real time. And we found that that was a really effective way to, at town halls, get a sense of really what a majority of the community supports if you're looking at design proposals for a bridge or something. Because sometimes, and we saw this at multiple meetings, we have 1 or 2 people who are very vocal about their opinions, but they don't necessarily actually represent the majority of the members of the community. So I'd be very interested in ways of enhancing just town hall communications and virtual integration at remote locations going forward. So that's something for, I think, not an allocation right now, but a potential future conversation. So do we have a board majority that would be interested in supporting town hall supportive communications equipment?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm just wondering if these funds are available for our communications team to purchase equipment of that sort that could become a library for us to use as well.
And that's what I was hearing from Supervisor Hopkins. And I do agree that the communications team is probably the right place. And they can look at different options and come back with a recommendation. And we can look to these funds to put something in front of the board.
Great. Supervisor Abbott?
I guess my question / comment is really more of a policy. Obviously, if we were receiving $325,000 a year in cable franchise fees through the unincorporated area, we have nearly 10 years worth of funds here, and it's in TPW. So who's tracking this? Who's saying when items come up where they should be drawn from? I'm just curious why is there almost 10 years worth of fund balance on this one?
One reason is they're difficult to utilize because of they're highly restricted. So I don't know if Michelle might have a summary of some of the expenditures we've done over the years. But a lot of it's been because it's technology and public access. There's a limited amount you can, spend on. So Michelle, do you have some historical information?
Yes, and through the chair, yes, Cheryl, you're absolutely right. That is the reason why we've accumulated so much fund balance. I will say that while the fund resides with Transportation and Public Works budget, our office really, they look to our office for any direction, questions that they have about the actual use of the funds. And obviously any use of the funds would come before the board for approval. But the most recent use, so in 2012, when we upgraded the board chambers, we used a chunk of funds. I don't recall off the top of my head, but we, upgraded all the audio visual and constructed the control room down the hall. Most recently, there were some upgrades to the Granicus equipment that is used to live stream the board meetings. That was maybe a couple years ago. We've had some significant upgrades there as well. And we used a portion to fund the agenda management system, since there is a link between the agenda management system and the board meeting archive, that library of archives that's posted to the website, and the feeding of those meetings through the Legistar platform.
Through the chair, this is Cristina Rivera in for some historical content, because I used to work at Transportation and Public Works. Transportation and Public Works, before we had the PEC funds and before cable companies are not regulated under the state. Before that, they were regulated locally, and Transportation and Public Works was our cable franchise program. And so we were the ones collaborating with companies like Comcast or the Coastal Cable Company, and we would negotiate these contracts with them. And so this is the reason why this fund is housed in Transportation and Public Works, because over a decade ago, that's where we relied on. And it was natural to do that, because oftentimes when we're negotiating with communications companies, we're also making sure that we are protecting our roadways. Thank you.
Other questions, or are we happy to look into bringing this back to the board? One other thing that I wanted to flag was with respect to, it would be good to look at translation services equipment. So thinking about, headsets and ways that we can support real-time translation of our town halls also. So just wanted to flag that as something to consider as well. All right, Supervisor Gore, which fund are you diving into next?
So I'm going to go to attachment A, page 5, and start from scratch instead of hopping around anymore. I know that's that's the blue heading. This is general fund, whereas the other ones were special. I kind of jumped into that. My papers were jostled up. 10105, which is the top one. This kind of gets back, County Administrator, to one of the questions on day one. It looks like down the second section having the same number is 3.9 million. That is not currently in a spendable form, but above that is 654,000. That is for non-capital costs for ADA transition plan. But I remember when you brought up the tobacco deallocation, there was other things listed. There was, in the memo, it said Mark West projects, which I thought was interesting.
I'm going to ask.
So I believe that the Mark West projects, and I'm trying to find that reference, was related to another fund that is in the same category of funds.
Peter, if I may.
Yes.
This is Cristina Rivera through the chair. The nomenclature of how they're named is because this is derived, Supervisor Gore, from the Cal American franchise fees. And that's the Larkfield water provider, I think.
That's further on. That's down at.
Okay.
Oh, so that might have been what you were referring to, is what you mean. Oh, okay.
Right. That when the board engaged that franchise agreement and formalized it, and that was under the leadership of former Supervisor Kelly, it was recognized that the intent of those accumulated funds would be to provide for improvements in the surrounding Marquez area.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that one. I just that's my mistake. So, but I still want to stay on the top one. So 3.96 million is identified as unspendable, but there's 654,000 that talks about there's no specific purpose budgetary available. It's just pretty general. Is there any thoughts around that 654,000 or that's further detail?
Are we still in the Marquez one? I'm sorry.
No. Mark, I apologize. Okay, back to the top, 10105. The first, there's two listed there that are the same number. One of them is 3.9 million, which represents, it says it's not spendable. The first one though says 654,000 and it just says no specific purpose and it's very general. Is that something that we want to discuss now or bring back?
So I'm looking online. My number says $650,733, and this is tobacco deallocation reporting. I don't know if
this one says this. We're looking at different ones.
Okay.
This is what was printed from that. It says unassigned fund balance, 654,042.
I don't know if Peter or Natalie can track where he's at.
This is page 5 on attachment A, general fund, the very top line. Well, I say the top line. The top line is on what's printed out, not on the. It's right above the 3.962 million, which says.
It is tobacco deallocation.
Correct. Tobacco deallocation _ unassigned fund balance.
Natalie, you were on mute.
I'm looking. Sorry.
So I am seeing a different number on the printed material, on the online materials, but that does seem to be the same fund, and we're in the same general range of amounts. The tobacco deallocated is, as it notes, primarily it's geared towards implementation of the ADA plan. And so usually it is identified as a potential funding source when projects come forward related to that. And so that's where for capital costs. And the 3.9, as I think we briefly discussed yesterday, was separated that we actually did essentially an internal loan from that fund to help fund some of our necessary capital work.
Yeah.
And so are repaying that over time and rebuilding that balance. But it gets looked at on an individual project basis as projects come forward.
Well, I mean, I don't think we need to over talk this right now. I mean, I see it on the one I'm looking at. It's we'll just follow up and maybe just a follow-up email. And if there's any follow-up question that we want to have, we can push it into the next the first quarter update. Is that appropriate? I mean, yeah.
That seems fine. We can give a better description.
Okay.
Follow up.
If I could just follow up on and just ask one follow-up question on that. So if there's no specific purpose, why are we on the second fund balance? Why are we paying that loan amount or that fund amount back from the monies that we spent? I assume those monies that were spent on ADA transition plan, capital improvements.
Peter will correct me if I'm wrong, but we borrowed out of the ADA to pay for the inmate connector bridge. And now we're paying ourselves back to reallocate towards ADA transition projects.
That was the 300,000 that we had earlier in our budget, correct?
No, I think it's this bigger number, but
the 300,000 that was earlier in the budget in the capital plan was the annual repayment. So we're repaying it over a number of years.
And then Peter, the 3.9.
I think it's great that we're repaying ourselves, but why? If is it restricted in that we used it for a purpose that it wasn't originally intended for? Because I read on the other line that it's no specific purpose. It was a policy decision to use it on the ADA transition. So now
Correct.
we've frozen the 3.9 million because we're paying ourselves back 300,000 a year. I'm just trying to understand what the thinking is behind this.
Through the chair, this is Cristina Rivera, and I do think this one is going to require some calibration because in my memory banks, I'm remembering that this may also have to do, the reason it's non-spendable is because the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector has deemed it non-spendable in that I believe this has to do with when we installed our financial system, the EFS, the Enterprise Financial System, we borrowed from this fund. And so we are paying it back. And until we pay it back, it's almost like a deferred revenue, meaning the balance is there, but we, in a way, are doing some sort of a cash flow floating, and we need to start unrestricting it as we pay it back to the deallocation. But again, this is like an 85% gut feeling that I have there's a connection. And I know that the non-spendable freezing part of it comes from the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector deeming it to be non-spendable. So we would have to go back and really remember what was the trigger that created the frozen status of non-spendable.
And if I might ask, I don't know if Mr. Rozier is available, but that might be helpful. I do see Supervisor Rabbit.
And I will just clarify that Christina is correct, and I was mistaking two different funds that have been borrowed from. This is related to the EFS on this one, and the inmate connector, which I referenced before, was actually borrowed out of a different ADA related fund, and that's where the 300,000 is being paid back to. And I forget what the amount was, but it was smaller. But I do think that on this one, I'm afraid we may need to come back with more information to the board as to the specifics of this specific fund.
And, make no mistake, I'm not looking to spend it. I'm just trying to figure out what's behind it and what the policy purpose of it is. I know that we chose, or someone chose at some particular point in time to have it for the ADA transition plan. That's great. But the truth of the matter is, earlier in the budget cycle, we took $300,000 out to pay ourselves back, apparently. And I don't know if that's a policy decision or if that was a requirement or what. So if you get more information as we go forward, that would be good.
And Mr. Rozier is on the screen. I don't know if he can help us more.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Mr. Bruland is correct. Back in 2013, the $3.9 million was loaned to the Enterprise Financial System Internal Service Fund for the implementation, partial fund financing of the implementation of that system. And it is being repaid, or will be repaid, through the amortization of those that system through our user charges. So the 3.9 has not started to be repaid, but it will be repaid over the next 3 or 4 years.
So
I would add the reason why it's non-spendable is those funds were loaned to the Enterprise Financial System Fund, as I mentioned, and are not available to use right now. Once it is repaid, those funds will be available and spendable to the board.
So as an architect and not an accountant, wouldn't then that line item number not reflect that number because it's not available?
I believe that's what the footnote referencing non-spendable is. That's how it shows up in the fund balance table or the balance sheet for the tobacco deallocation fund. non-spendable as a fund balance category.
So we don't, okay, well, yeah, I guess I don't understand the accounting system behind that, because it seems like there would be an account, a balance for that fund. It's not 3.9, it's now at least 300,000 because we paid that back through this cycle, and it would reflect whatever those numbers are. But okay.
Supervisor
So-
Rabbit, the 300,000 is separate and apart from the 3.9.
Well, apparently
So the
the
300,000 that we have referred has to do with the tunnel for the inmate connector. This $3.9 million was a transaction done several years ago and is associated exclusively with the enterprise financial system. And we have not generated enough user fees yet to pay it back. So then we have frozen that balance so that we don't go and program it.
And I would just specify that this line, in an attempt at clarity, we probably got more confusing, but the two lines that are both listed as 10105, tobacco deallocation reporting, are in fact the same fund. And what is separated out is the 650,000, which is the spendable amount still in the fund, versus the 3.96 million, which shows as part of fund balance. It shows up as an asset in the fund because it's owed to the fund, but is not a spendable amount. And so in an attempt to clarify that, we separated those into two lines, which has perhaps created additional confusion.
Any other additional questions on this item? All right. Thank you very much for the information. Supervisor Gore, what's your
Yeah.
next target?
So the next target is, it's hard to talk about pages because some of the pages duplicate. I saw on the PDF, there's 2 page 3s, but I'm going to go to the Sonoma County Cannabis Program Fund reporting. It's attachment A. It's also at General Fund 1. Down here it says page 6, but I think I have 2 page 6s. I don't know if that works, but so this is $2.7 million. And I just want to remind myself and us that when we allocated $370,000 to do the full EIR process and study, we allocated it out of this, number one. But number two is I had conversations with our head of agriculture, Andrew Smith, and Christina. I think what I'm hoping, he had talked about, what is the staffing going to be to analyze the EIR? We have Permit Sonoma, but we're also looking at transitioning a lot of stuff potentially over there. And I said, do you have staffing needs? And he says, we definitely proposed in the past. We're looking at it. So I just want to, I don't want to get too far into this, but I just want to, I think that this would be an appropriate place if you have other needs to do that work in the right way. Right now you are running as kind of overseer of cannabis, but we had Nikki at one point doing it. And if you guys are doing this as duties as otherwise assigned, I wanted to make sure you looked at this and looked at what you need to do this successfully. We had a lot of questions after we had our online or our DIAS conversation about it being 1.5 years, and then our timeline looked at it being 3 years. And I know we've kind of asked some questions about that. So I think this would be the appropriate place to make sure that you do whatever community engagement, that you work with the supervisors, that developing a draft ordinance and other things is if there's any more further items and staffing to make sure this moves forward productively, I think this would be a good place.
Absolutely, Supervisor. Duly noted, and we did bring to your board the timeline and an initial approval of resources for PRMD, and it was just preliminary seeding money because we need to scope out what it all will entail. And even in that board item on June 8th, we hope we disclose enough that there's going to be more requests coming. And you're absolutely right. This is why we had not put, like in prior years, the fund balance available for your programming, because we know we have this large project coming forward. that will require collaboration from different departments, including from the Ag Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on that? Or?
Anyone else with any comments on the cannabis? No.
Okay, just a couple others. And I'm trying not to confuse you guys with where I'm at on this. So I guess this is really on page 2. Item 10505.
Supervisor Gordon, can I ask a question? If, I don't know if the rest of the board members are tracking to the numbers you're using, or if perhaps we gave you last year's fund balance. Did your staff print that out for you?
It's the one that all of us have in paper that Darren printed up. Let me see. I believe
Because, the cannabis number on the online version is 1.3 million.
Okay.
So we may need
Yeah.
to take a
I'm
recess.
gonna peek at last year's because I'm a little worried about that, and I'll get the printing going.
It's 2.7 on this one.
Yeah. Yeah, we must have, I don't have the memo, but that definitely makes sense.
Okay, well,
Should we just take a pause or?
I would appreciate it.
Yeah, let's
10
just.
minute-
That's the
We're all
issue.
Looking at the same data. Yeah,
I'm matching to last year's numbers. I'm gonna hit the printer right now.
let's take 10.
Hi, everyone. I'll ask to have our two recess slides taken down and updated before we begin. Thank you. And there we are. And I'll just need to unmute the chambers and Zoom. Thank you. And now, Chair Hopkins, we're ready for you to begin.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate that now we all have the updated sheet and are all looking at it. Supervisor Gore, based on the new information, do you have any additional questions or any other items you'd like to discuss?
You know, I think the best way to do this, instead of having us sit here for another hour, is that I could either call them out publicly, or I could just, you know, we could go through, and I think
alternatively, I could offer to adjourn the meeting and you could sit here for another hour.
Exactly. I was just going to say, I think the better way to do it would be, you know, for me to, like the ones that I have listed, is to send a note to the county administrator and for a report to come back at the first quarter budget, or earlier, that just talks about maybe some of these funds, right? That it's basically just a deeper dive. The only one that I really wanted to discuss before we left, and I'm going to try and see if I can get there, it was the one around the county fund for housing. And I'm going to look back to my sheet and see, I think, let's see, 46045. This is,
I believe it's page 24.
Page 24. Yeah. So, county fund for housing reporting. Yeah. So this is just one that I think this is the only one that I really wanted to ask about. It talks about how 9.5 million is available for budgeting and 13 million is tied up in loan portfolio. The reason I mentioned this is we talked about the county fund for housing a little bit earlier and what we want to put money towards. And so I don't know if county administrator or Peter or Ms. Rivera is online, because I know they've you know, we put money on the table for the county fund for housing this past year. And then as they're kind of answering that, I just think, since there's so many things from the Community Development Commission, I think as we get either, you know, Mr. Kiffin here, it would be good to figure out a way when he kind of comes in as an interim, is a review with him and Ms. Rivera on the leaving side is just with those funds and how it works. But I don't want to get into the flow of the voucher program and everything for that. I think my main question is on the county fund for housing.
Great. So I see Ms. Rivera on our screen, and we can go to her.
What I can say about the county fund for housing, the explanation within the column is unfortunately a 2-year-old explanation that was not updated. The Q3 adjustments did not, in other words, let me back up. The last year's budget was a rollover budget. So the Q3 adjustments that were put in did not adjust last year's budget to right size this particular amount that you're looking at. So because these Q3 adjustments did not correct the rollover, what you're looking at is not really a correct accounting of the fund balance that's available in this particular fund. So what will have to happen is year end is going to have to right size this fund balance, as well as all of the fund balances within CDC. So what we'll have to do is bring back the correct amounts here during year end. So this will have to come back during year end, so we can provide an additional report with the correct amounts. Because my knowledge of these particular funds would provide you with this explanation, that these dollars, especially with respect to the county fund for housing, what you're going to see in here come year end, most of this money would be capital assets, loans, the note payable that was just renewed before your board here. I believe it was last week or so, or that's coming before the board. I can't remember if we did it last week or it's coming before the board in July. And we would have approximately $3 or $4 million that's really in the county fund for housing fund. But all of that would be right-sized year end. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. And I want to thank staff for putting these together. I mean, the main ones I was wondering about was Permit Sonoma and fire prevention. We pulled the 500,000 off of that. There's the county fund for housing, so we'll address that at year end. The district formation, I think I'm pretty clear on that right now. It sounds, I just want to encourage different supervisors. It looks like we're going to bring something forward with Johannes on TPW, which is around our Asti Bridge, which is helping the community form a district where they would actually then self-assess themselves ad valorem to pay for their portion of the bridge. So it's not us putting money into it, but just the district formation. It sounds like there might be something else, but I just want us to remind ourselves. I'm just glad I know what this is now, because I thought it was a one-time allocation. I didn't know that. I think it's Measure L is that it's an ongoing, but there's a lot of questions about what we do with district management of, do we create new CSA 41 models? Bob, you and I have talked about this for fire and other special taxes, or do we go with where we're at? And then there's kind of a funny one in here that's about $460,000. That's loans for small water systems with transportation and public works. It was number 10060. And I'm not going to ask for feedback right now. I'm just going to follow up with Mr. Hoovert's. That's not a lot of money to give in loans, but obviously we've had a conversation with the state about some 400 small water systems we have in Sonoma County, which is the most in the state. It's like another one of those where we're blessed to have the most school districts, the most fire districts, the most small water systems, each with its own board. So with that, I am good, and I think the item that I brought up before was pretty clear with Ms. Rivera about the cannabis and just making sure we had that funded. So I appreciate it. And I guess if we could just put a tag next to it that at year end, when we come back and we review, it'd be good to have the number for the county fund for housing. It's always nice to know, because as much as we do our own requests for proposals, a lot of us like to go out and kind of encourage cities and others to apply and what they're thinking of. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Other questions on fund balances or suggestions for future agenda items? Just looking. I do have one thing to add, and I rather than dive into it today, I think it would be great to bring it back when we have the conversation around the hazard mitigation plan and the community wildfire protection plan, prevention plan, which is that, I really appreciated Supervisor Gorin's request on the radio antenna. And when we're thinking about emergency alert and warning, I know that Johannes has been doing some amazing work with GMRS radio and some of our hard to reach rural areas. And I do see a number of fund balances that seem like there could be a nexus. Some of them are held in the sheriff's office. There's also, we didn't have the conversation surrounding asset forfeiture fund. And then we also have a resilience fund as well. And I just would be interested when we have that update on wildfire prevention in discussing the current state of our emergency alert and warning system and what investments we might consider making, especially ones that already are utilizing existing publicly owned infrastructure, such as Supervisor Gorin's request, and opportunities to enhance that infrastructure. Because it doesn't seem like there are a number of fund balances that, again, I don't want to dive into the details right now, but there might be a nexus to some of those. Would folks support kind of doing a revisit to the emergency alert and warning? Because that's a conversation we haven't had in a little while publicly. So great. Supervisor Gore? I'm
remembering one other that I just wanted to mention, because it had been brought up to me, was Mayor Rogers from Santa Rosa. When I had a meeting with him a while ago, he said, hey, we're having some really good conversations about maybe combining fleet and replacement and other things like that. I don't know if that's the case, but I obviously had kind of kept track of the fleet area where we have $3.5 million. And so just since that came up from another jurisdiction, always opportunities. And then, Chair Hopkins, maybe tomorrow to talk about this or whenever, but I know you've talked about, or we are going to bring back the vet buildings item. But I also know that we have some one-time money that we're putting towards our contingencies of what's left. But one of the things that I'd be interested in is a one-time investment in Vets building if there is other things that are prioritized with Miss Judy and with us. And so I would almost dial that. I don't want to specify that amount right now, but maybe that's a conversation for contingencies as well when we have a needs area, because I know that sparked some interest, and I know they're moving over as much money as they can, but I'd want to know if there's other things that we need to fund. Okay, that's it.
All right, CEO Bratton, do you have anything else that you want to share, or Peter or Natalie, before we go ahead? And I believe we are recessing until Friday, or are we adjourning until Friday, or what is the precise word that I'm to use in order to continue the meeting?
I'm going to look to Peter to make sure there's nothing else for today, but I don't believe there is.
I believe we have covered everything for today. And I do apologize on this last item that it got a little bit less clean than desired, and we will look to print those and have those in your binder in the future budget hearings. I would also ask, this is an item that if you have questions, if we can get those in your budget binders, it would be very helpful to have them in advance. There are many, many funds out there, as you can see from this sheet. And so we will be able to provide you in the future with much better answers if we can have a day or two to hunt those down.
I really appreciate that. And I have to say, I think you all did an amazing job for being on the spot with, again, that many funds to recall. Council Pittman, will we be recessing, adjourning? What is?
So through the chair, we would recess till Friday at 9 a.m.
At 9 a.m.? Okay. And then we have a special board meeting that is separate from that tomorrow. So.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. All right. So with that, we will be recessing until Friday at 9 a.m. And again, thank you so much, staff, for all of your excellent work on the budget, and look forward to finalizing this on Friday.
Thanks, all.